we now have what you call it, reactive images for when people speak on the stream.
Ooh,
Yeah. So if you guys want to check it out, go ahead and check out Will's stream.
I gotta check it out.
Also, you know what? I should probably, actually like have the stream open when I'm running these, just so I can see what's going on.
I tried to have it open,
And also I can give Will some views.
but it like lagged my internet so badly. I live in a cornfield, so I have poor internet.
Such is life.
That's just life.
All right. Looks like we're going. Alrighty. So welcome back. This is actually it is session 3 for us, but session 4 for the audience, because session 0 and the beginning of session 1 was split into 2 videos for everybody on YouTube. So I'm gonna say this is session 3, but also session 4.
Depends on your perspective, really. Honestly.
Yeah, it depends on your perspective. Yeah. The thumbnail for this will be saying 4. Either way, welcome back. Before we get started, let's find out what your lucky fact is for this session.
Oh boy.
Also, let me go ahead. Okay, hold on, let me just check something real quick. Okay, was that a phone? Oh no, the music. It switched to the next one. Hold on. Okay, no, it's going back. Let me see here.
Right, so we gotta keep the vibes going, you know.
Yeah. Okay, and that means we roll on this table. What is this? Okay. All right. This question is, what's your character's most recent or frequent nightmare? All right. Let me go ahead and pin this and then clear chat. Alrighty. What's your character's most recent or frequent nightmare? While you guys ponder that, who wants to do the preem recap? If you're interested in doing this preem recap and get a free preem for the session, go ahead and roll a d10 and see if you get it.
You guys can feel free to use the notes too if you want. I'm good on it. I mean, I can do it if nobody wants it.
Go for it.
All right. What else, Ron? Go for it, Amon.
All right. So we find ourselves making our way to this jazz person's apartment, who we've been contracted by the major to investigate and check into the cause of death and perhaps the events leading up to it. We make our way to our apartment in the University District, floor 4, room 408, stowing our weapons within Shade's car to avoid suspicion in this non-combat zone. After making our way into the apartment without much issue, owing to the security expertise of Daedalus and Fenris, we come into what is best described as a typical punker rock apartment, many black lights and posters surrounding the area. Begin to look through for any signs of clues. As we make our way into the office of this apartment, Fenris decides to interact with Jez's computer and thus trigger some sort of trap that was laid by some sort of rogue AI. A laughing skull is emblazoned on the ground as several drones within the apartment come to life and start to attack us, shooting darts laced with a poison, a toxin onto them. Luckily, myself and Daedalus, along with the efforts of Dr. Desire and Shades, are able to harry the drones long enough for Fenris to make his way into the net architecture of the apartment and disable them, leaving behind a nasty virus and an informant for the next person that tries to re-enable them. We briefly are able to go through Jez's computer. Unfortunately, we'll only learn a few things. One, that she was communicating with somebody named R that seems to inhabit the East Coast. They seem to have a long-distance relationship that culminated in perhaps a meeting roughly a week ago. 1 to 3 weeks ago, this meeting occurred when R was insistent on Jez using a memory chip that they'd found online. This timeline seems to line up with when Jez seemed to start to exhibit the strange tendencies that eventually led to her demise. So we try to reach out to this R person to get some information, but unfortunately the security on the computer begins to fry everything and shut it down. So we are not able to get much. I quickly leave my number to try and bait out this R figure, but no luck yet. After that, we have information, so we find a photo album showing the sinful atoms with Jez standing amongst them. One of the figures, Gomez, seems to be the ringleader of this group. Seems to be some sort of offshoot of the Philharmonic vampires, though while the vampires are sort of notorious around University City, the University District, the sinful atoms seem a bit more low-key, so we begin to devise a plan to make our way to University City to confront Gomez. We report in to the Major. She wants us to talk to Gomez, offers additional work. She doesn't seem to have any knowledge of this R figure. And we begin to make our way to the university. Along the way, we learned that the previous individual that showed up at the after party of the Digital Divas concert, this strange citizen that we left on the doorstep of the hospital, was actually Bev Hattrick, the secretary at Downtime, and she did indeed die from her injuries suffered. She must not have purchased any trauma team coverage, unfortunately. So, anyways, we made our way to the Night City University. We were able to make our way past the guards, though we now have 2 accompanying us under the pretense of scouting the university. As myself, Daedalus, and Dr. Desire lead these guards around and get a better lay of the university, Shades and Fenris make their way to Gomez's apartment and subsequently breach the door and are able to start talking to some individual here. That's where we left off.
All right. Go ahead and take your pre-recap. That was good. All right. Who wants to answer the lucky fact of the session? What is your character's most recent or frequent nightmare? If you're interested, go ahead and throw out a D10. All right, going once.
Come on, I know some of you guys have nightmares. Look at this
Alright.
guy.
Only sweet dreams for these guys.
What is Finish's nightmares?
Middle school, walking into the
Are you-
classroom.
are you-
they're like,
are
oh my
you,
god, he forgot his mask.
You're putting your hat in there, Fenris?
Yeah,
And
sure.
do a-
Yeah.
Do a roll. D10.
Shades over here woke up
Nice.
at 24 and saw that he was starting to recede a little. The doc.
All right.
Probably something to do with his
Fenris.
cat. I don't know.
All right, going once, going twice. Alrighty, Fenris, you're gonna go ahead and answer the question. What's Fenris's most recent or frequent nightmare?
I think his most frequent nightmare is where, kind of like when Neo gets his mouth sewn shut and the Matrix.
Mhm.
Like in the first movie, like kind of that, whereas like his mask kind of like fuses on and he can't talk anymore, and I think that's his like most like frequent nightmare.
Okay. And he walks around wearing a mask too. Oh man,
Mm-hmm.
makes sense. Alrighty, you can ask this question to any NPC you've met. You've met some people at the Forlorn Hope. You met a few. You have your contacts here up here. You can ask any of these people up here.
Yeah, sure. What's Jeff's?
I mean, you live in the university. So I'm sure you met Jeff at some point. All right, Jeff, the member of the Vampires. What is his most frequent nightmare? I think his most recent. Okay, we'll say his most recent nightmare is accidentally biting his tongue off with his vampires. He had a nightmare about biting his own tongue off.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not unfounded either. He's got like a whole cyber tongue now after the latest incident.
Mm-hmm. That's why he constantly asks Daedalus for tune-ups, just to make sure
Hey,
it doesn't happen.
Hey man, I've been there. It's rough.
Yeah. All right. So you have your lucky fact. I'll throw that on you. All right. Lucky fact. This means that you have an extra luck point to spend for this session only.
Okay.
Keep in mind, it's the beginning of the session, so you go ahead and refill your luck from last session.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Also, another thing I realized is that you guys will not be able to heal naturally until someone does a first aid on you, and then you spend the 24 hours of resting. So, but if you're willing to speed heal through it, you can. It's just it's going to be draining some money. Okay.
Is first aid a skill? It is a skill. Okay.
Yes, it's a skill.
Gotcha.
Yeah. If you're not bloodied or seriously wounded, it's just a DV10.
Awesome.
So you have to roll at least 11, and then you can start healing. Alrighty. So let's get back to this. All right. So last time we started off, Shades and Fenris had made it to the dorm of the Sinful Atoms, Gomez. They opened up the door. Were greeted by a female vampire who's just saying, "Hey." But before we get to them, Amon and Daedalus and Dr. Zyre, you guys are walking around campus with the security and the dorm master getting a tour of the dorm. So we go here. What's good? Here, change out the music a bit. Let me see here. We'll go with where is it at here?
Yeah, being led around, I'd say we're probably on like one or two floors down or above the Gomez's apartment, just trying to stay within, a minute or two response time if something goes down, I guess.
Okay. So right now you're just still hanging out with these people, just checking out a floor below.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna input into his internal agent, sending out like a text, say, Shades and Fenris, if things seem like they're going to go south, just send a message and we'll be in the area.
All right.
Try to keep things low key though.
All right. So let's go ahead and take you guys back to the apartment. I put your guys' the crew token here, so you guys should be able to see out of that.
Yep.
So the two of you, the crew that's not here, you guys can see what's going on.
There he is.
That's Thin Vampire, not
It's his brother.
it's his brother.
They're twins.
Yeah.
Jeff with a G.
All right.
Oh my
So,
god, triplets.
That's Jeff with an H.
Yep. All right. So you guys are Fenris and Shades. You guys are standing outside the apartment door when this lady answered and said, "Hey, what's up?"
Gomez around?
Who's asking?
Yeah,
Acquaintances of Jess.
Who? Acquaintances of who? And then as she's saying that,
Jess.
somebody in the back yells, what is it? We're busy right now. We have a play to plan out. We don't want any disturbances."
Hey, so yeah, like with the concerning the play, so I like he pulled out his like student ID. It's like
Mhm.
I'm with the paper, and they're doing a big expose on like all the current like extracurricular like expositions going on, and he just came here before me, but I didn't know if your like theater group really wanted to get the word out, because I know it's like we theater kids gotta like stick together, like the liberal art majors like gotta hold strong.
All right. Go ahead and give me either a conversation or persuasion.
Conversation. Did I have luck? Do I have luck points, or do they not refresh?
They refresh. Yeah, every session. So you want to
Every
fill yourself
session.
up, and also you have
Okay.
one extra because you answered the question today.
Okay, cool.
And also make sure it's on blind GM,
hmm
which is the ninja button.
The ninja, yeah. Let's do 2.
All right. All right. Let's see here. All right. One of them looks at you, Fenris, and says, "You don't look like somebody who's part of the paper. I've never seen anyone here. And we went there
Well,
the other day and asked them left them the ad.
well,
What's this? What do you really want?"
uh, well, you're right. I'm not part of the paper. It's like an underground personal project, which I'm trying to really, get to the heart of this school, and it involves. It's Jeff, right? Jeff, and he looks at Shades.
I don't know
Jeff.
who. Look. We're busy right here. I don't know anybody named Jeff. I don't know what you want. Like, we're busy. Can you, what? And she's like, look like she's about to get ready to close the door.
Shades, you got anything? I used the paper thing, and that's all I got.
All right. We're not here with the paper. We're working for Jess Styles. She went missing. We're just trying to figure out where she's at.
But you're looking for Jess? Jez?
Yeah,
Where is she? We
Jess.
haven't seen her. We haven't seen her in a while. And then we saw and then one of them turns on the thing, is looking at his phone. He's like, Thin Vampire yells out, says, "Jez, I saw the article. She died."
Dang. Didn't know that.
It's all
You
over
guys-
here. And then he comes running with his phone and shows you the same article that you guys saw already.
Man, whoa. Man, that's gonna be upsetting to our parents and her partner.
And then
I think they were in town, weren't they?
see you guys, Gomez, the person in the back, and you from the picture you recognize this is Gomez. And he was sitting down doing something. He stands up and says, "Yeah, what's this about, Jez? Here, come on in. And then they open the door for you guys to come in. Take a seat. He points to the chairs over here. So what happened now? You're looking for Jez? She died.
Oh, we didn't know that. Last we heard, she was missing. Her mother was worried. We were tasked to finding her.
Oh,
Mother thought it was maybe the boyfriend.
that might make. I mean, kind of. If that's the case, then crap. What the heck? Jez, why? I know she just recently got one. Not like maybe like I don't know. She told us maybe like a week or two ago. She was all over. Like they were all over, constantly texting me back and forth. I don't. She said she was gonna meet him soon, and we wanted to. We needed her for to plan this play, but she wanted to go meet him.
You know where they were going to meet? Maybe we can get in contact with him.
I don't know. She wasn't really the most I don't know. She didn't really talk about her private life that much. But I know this is like when she mentioned she had a boyfriend, it was a kind of a shock. She never really talked about herself. So
Can I read his emotions, whether or not he's being truthful?
yeah, it's called a human perception check.
Wouldn't you guys be like, have your, could one of you guys be like uploading via your agent, like the audio?
Yeah, no, Fenris keeps his phone open.
You're gonna start recording with your agent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you be able to upload it to like our group chat? I guess I don't know.
I mean, yeah, you could send an audio chat if you're like texting and.
Okay. Yeah, can Amon listen because he's got his
But,
voice stress
I mean,
analyzer.
It would be you having your phone out while he's talking.
Just have it in your pocket,
Unless-
like a
I
hoodie.
mean, yeah, but yeah, you could have it in your pocket and have it be muffled. But then, good thing Alman has his audio.
Yeah, can I try
You
to
probably-
insight that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Go ahead if you're doing that, Fenris.
Mhm.
Go ahead and give me a conceal reveal objects to make sure you're hiding your phone properly and not
Okay.
recording.
Conceal, reveal.
Then, did you get the perception?
Yes, I did get the human perception. Shades, you feel like this person is he looks like he's being a little melodramatic as he's explaining this thing, but he seems what you call it genuine. Fenris, as you're are like on your phone, you're in your pockets, your hand is in your pocket and you're like fiddling with your phone to start recording. They all look at you like, what is he doing?
It's Candy Crush.
So you don't have any way of getting in contact with this this boy? Got a name or anything? We can try to follow up with him.
Are you Fenris, go ahead and give me a perception check. I mean a persuasion.
All my luck.
You've been all of it?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. All right. Okay, so they look at you and says, look, our friend just died and we're I don't think it's the time for Candy Crush. Can you like wait a second?
I waited like 6 hours for the energy. If I don't use it in the next like 15 minutes, it's like a wait. I'm like the leaderboards are really important. Whatever. He puts the phone down without locking it on the table. So.
Okay. All right. So he continues and says, I'm not sure who it was. She didn't really give his name, but she was saying that he was a net runner too, and said that they really connected, and he was like very like I don't know, he kind of felt her aesthetic, and as a person who's saying this is reliable behind you guys, and Gomez is saying yeah that's what something like that. I mean, we don't really know too much about her, but about him. But um, I don't know if you have like I don't whatever. I mean, if you're trying to figure out what happened to her, we'll be glad to help. She was one of us. Something is something. Are you saying somebody did something to her? Her boyfriend did something to her? Were you hired by somebody to track him down or something? You guys kind of look like Edgerunners.
Uh, her mom was worried, just to try to locate her, but we'll let her know what happened and whether or not she sends somebody for the boy. That's on her dime.
All right.
But if you're volunteering your services, I can definitely pass your number along to her.
I mean, her mom. I mean, we didn't know this, but on the article it said her mom was a Militech exec. I don't know if I want to talk. It's not a. I don't think it's worth it.
Everyone's an exec to somebody.
Look, we gotta play to plan. Here, and one of them hands you a flyer, and it's the same ad you guys saw earlier. If I mean, I don't know what else we can. I mean, we'll answer any questions you got, but
I do have one.
Mm-hmm.
After talking to her mother, why in the world swung by her place? Any reason why she wasn't staying on campus?
Oh, she had a job or something like that, and decided to get her own place. We've been there a couple times.
Off-campus job?
Yeah, she was some kind of secretary or something like that, or something for some corp.
Huh. You know where the building's located? We can swing by and at least notify them. They probably already know, but
I'm not sure. Like I said, she didn't really talk too much about her own personal life with us.
when you guys are making this play, were you guys said she was going to meet you guys to go over the plans, but this boy or partner kind of swept it in.
Yeah, last week we have a meeting. What you call it? Every Saturday. This is the meeting that we're having right now. Actually, that you guys are kind of. She last Saturday she was like, she couldn't come because she was supposed to be meeting her. I mean, she said meeting, but I don't know if she actually went to see him or not. We haven't talked to her since then, though.
Yeah. Otherwise, why don't you get back to your planning and keep yourselves out of trouble. Jesus, stand up.
All right. So,
did you get the audio set up? I wanted to insight whenever they said they hadn't seen her. They hadn't seen her since.
Yeah, I didn't lock my agent, so I just put it face down on the table. So.
All right. Go. I mean, if you have it going on, go ahead and give me a perception. In perception. So yeah, them saying they haven't heard her. None of your voice stress analyzing is going off. It doesn't. You don't have any. There's no signs of lying there. They seem like they had a friend, and that friend was supposed to meet them. That friend blew him off for a boyfriend, and then died. And they're like, "What the heck happened?"
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna just send back. There's too many leads on these ones. I think probably got to everything we can. Not completely useless though. If they know about the boyfriend, then they must have actually been more present than
Hey,
Maybe we can pick up the trail.
Mr. Reliable, I really like your glasses. Any?
Oh yeah.
Mister.
They're
And your mask is
very.
pretty cool too.
He would be able to see that he's blushing, but the mask hides this, and his eye LEDs give little heart eyes like inadvertently. He's like, thanks.
Hey, why don't you just make sure you come to the play. We'll be announcing the time sometime soon, probably next week.
Oh well,
You live around here?
Yeah, I live right down the street. His voice
Oh,
is really.
okay. You have a, and like she licks her lips and then says, "You're looks like you have a really nice strong neck there."
Thanks. I do neck shrugs at the gym.
I can tell. Probably a lot of blood pumping through there.
Uh, Fenris would have.
She gives you a wink.
He would be the anime nosebleed, but he has a mask, so his well, yeah. I'll
Steady tap tap coming from the floor by the door.
Let him cook.
You get a ping on your agent, Fenris.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's asking for a handshake.
Who?
Their name is Veronica.
He accepts. Like,
All right.
yeah, my friends call me Fenris. And his voice modulator like freaks the hell out because like his voice is really like naturally high pitched and it's kind of breaking the modulator or like the vocoder like auto tune thing he has set up to make himself sound cool, and it's like it's just glitching out. And it's like thanks.
All right. Talk to you later.
I
All right. She walks you guys to the door and lets you out. All right. Anything else before I take you guys back to the dashboard?
Once we get out in the hallway, I'd flip open the agent and send out a text. Jess seems to have some sort of day job. Could have been registered on the school grounds. If anyone can get a word in with administrator.
Let's see. They said it was a secretary job.
Secretary job. They said some sort of corpo.
Most likely that's the connection to Ziggurat, unless her work with them was more. Thinking back on the article, let's see. No, okay, it does mention her working with Ziggurat's entertainment division. Let's see. Low-level netrunner. Yes, I think the Sinful Atoms doesn't seem like they had much connection to her disappearance. I think we need to look into Ziggurat. There's a couple other concerning connections between some missing persons and Ziggurat. I think might be worth looking into.
Missing people and corpos go hand in hand, don't they?
All right. Let me see here. All right. So you guys. Okay. So yeah. You guys did that during that time. What is Almond and Daedalus and Doc doing with this group of security guards and dorm master?
All right, we'll check out an apartment, and then we'll check out we'll do a sit-in on a class or two. Amon will find one of the most boring. He'll find an accounting class to make everybody sit in on, and then he'll just politely bow out and let them know that he'll be in touch He does pick
Okay.
Night City.
Well, one of them says, "Well, during this course, they would have asked for a name for you and everybody. What name did you give them?
Amund.
You gave them Almond, okay? And Daedalus and Doc.
Sierra.
All right, Sierra and Doc.
Gerald Silva.
Gerald Silva. Okay. All right. So they say, Sierra, Mr. Silva, and Amun. Thank you for considering Night City University. If you would like any other materials, here's my card. I'm the dorm mother here. If you decide to send your son here, please let them know that Maria was the one to give you a tour and let you know that all the benefits of Night City University.
Of course, Maria. Thank you. It's a pleasure to tour your university, and I will be in touch. It's always
Alright.
good for everyone can always learn something. And I'm gonna look over towards Roth.
Place of learning.
And then they'll dip out.
Okay.
Jeez, I hate college.
That accounting class had a couple things wrong, but hopefully they'll correct that in the subsequent courses.
You were actually paying attention?
Of course.
I was playing Candy Crush.
Alrighty. So you guys eventually meet up. Where do you guys meet up back at?
A couple blocks down the street, I guess, so it's not obvious that we all go and get in the same car.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I imagine it's pretty bustling, this part of town.
Yes.
So it's probably not
Yeah.
too easy to
It's-
track.
It is a Saturday morning, and I'll say, from everything you guys are doing, we'll say it's about an hour. It's about lunchtime now. So you kind of see like the university, since it's a Saturday and not a weekday, it is not as crowded as you would expect. Most people are not, there's not a lot of classes going on Saturday, but there are students milling around. There is a courtyard that has a bunch of students sitting and eating lunch. There's like a little food truck plaza, things like that. So you guys meet up and begin to chat. What is your guys' next move?
All right.
What did you all think of the Sinful Atoms? You think they had anything to do with Jez's disappearance?
I mean, they're pretty cute. I mean, nah.
Just a bunch of kids, college kids.
Yes.
No foul play. Though, they did notice the boyfriend or significant other pulling her away from their little get-together. So, it ties him at least to possible tampering with her equipment.
Let's see. I think our next route, we need to look into her connections to Ziggurat.
I think we should go to the show.
Let's see.
Just putting it out there.
Yeah, on the flyer, when's the show?
There's no date yet.
Okay. Keep
Okay.
us posted, Fenris.
Yeah, no, it's already following. I thought this would be critical information to have.
Unlikely that her work just gives up personnel files on her.
Yes, they didn't even comment on her cause of death. It's possible that this R person was using her to get close to this corporation Maybe something to do with this chip that he was so urgent that she download. Either that or perhaps the faulty chip was sourced from Ziggurat itself. Imagine they had a decent business relationship. She probably got most of her gear from them.
Best course of action before getting tangled up in that. Let Veronica know what we got. Cleared the atoms. The boyfriend seems to be at least the main culprit, or connection to the what was it? Finder's demon.
Yeah.
So I think that'd be wise. If we're going to get tangled up with Ziggurat, we need to get paid a lot more than a couple hundred eddies.
Well, we did find that Gomez person. I think that's all she asked us to do.
Alright.
Alright.
I guess, let's see.
Does Doc have any connection with the trauma team that had
You let me
anything to
know.
do? Maybe like an old buddy from the early in his career.
I mean, do
Would
you?
he be able to tap that person to see if there's any kind of information that could be gleaned from what they recovered from when they took her body?
I mean, if you have, do you have? You let me know. Do you have a connection with a former
You know a guy.
trauma team person? Do you know a guy?
I know a guy.
Okay, what's his name or their name?
Excellent question.
John Trauma Team.
Oh, let's call him. Let's call him Locke for now.
Locke. Okay. Is Locke still somebody who retired with you, or somebody
Just
you think?
careers went different paths. They
Okay.
probably likely stayed with the trauma team, and Doc went
Mhm.
off on his own.
Okay. Awesome. All right. So you're gonna try and call up this Locke.
Yep. Let's see if there's any information that I can get.
All right. Let me see here. Uh, all right. So you call him up. Go ahead. Let me see here. Go ahead and roll me just a d10. Okay, good. All right. So yeah, you get the call, and the phone answers. And how would this person address you?
Probably Gerald.
Okay. All right. Hey, Gerald, what's up?
Hey, it's up, Locke. Getting involved with a job, and I'm thinking maybe you could help me out with it. You remember that girl that the trauma team pulled in a couple days ago? Jess Styles.
I mean, I could probably look it up or something like that, but
Yeah, that'd be
wasn't
great.
it wasn't on my team, then
Okay, is there any way you could find out any information about their findings?
I mean, sure, but what's this about?
Just a job.
All right, I mean, if it's a job, what am I? Why should I be doing this?
How can I help you out? You need a hookup for anything? You need a connection with anybody?
I
You need
mean,
something done?
I could, the job could put you on edge a little bit, so the usual.
What
You
does he
can,
mean by the usual?
you tell me.
Um,
You offer therapy services?
Drugs. I don't know.
I have drugs. Does he want that?
That's the usual, yeah.
Okay. Anything in particular? Or
If you can give me,
surprise you?
if you can give me 2 boosts, that'll be good.
Okay, I'll work on it.
All right.
I'll
So
send them
yeah,
to the usual place.
hmm I'll stop by the shop. You still have that shop in Old Japantown?
Yeah,
Okay.
meeting machine.
Yeah, I remember. It's a good name.
If there's a
Yeah.
if there's a blue-haired lady that answers the door, she's cool.
All right, sure. I'll stop by, in a few days. But I'll let you know if I find anything.
No worries. Hey
All
man,
right.
thanks.
Yeah, no problem. You take care.
You too.
All right. So let's see here. They'll go ahead and see if they can get you some more info about the body. I'm gonna have them roll their own skill checks to see if they can get stuff done. But that will take that'll take some time. In the meantime,
Probably need to
what else do
call,
you want to do?
probably need to call the major.
So you guys are calling the major?
Yeah, any objection,
Yeah.
I guess?
All right.
Be a good idea.
Use the same thing again. Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Yeah.
We made our way
Produced.
to Night City. Spoke with this Gomez individual. Doesn't seem he had much information on your daughter. They confirmed there was a new boyfriend in the picture, though, and it seems that that connection is probably a most likely route for getting any more information, though it's a bit cold at the moment. You sure she never mentioned talking to anybody online, or you know any places in Night City that she might have frequented, that she might have gone on a date with somebody?
There's a bit of a long pause when you say that, and then she replies, "No, I don't. We didn't speak much. Okay, look, you guys did the job. I wanted you to check out her apartment, give me some more information, which you guys did. If you have a picture of this Gomez person, let me know, and any information you got about this R, and any idea you might have picked up along the way, let me know. Go meet me back at the Forlorn Hope. We'll go over stuff, trade some information, and I'll get you guys paid."
Bream, we'll see you there.
All right, Major out. She hangs up.
Amon shrugs. Another possible route, if she wants to pursue this further, the digital divas. Perhaps they'd seen her at a few of their shows, or maybe some of the concert goers have seen her around. It's probably not a coincidence that that's where she decided to end it.
Do you think we should try to call Layla?
I think we try to do that, assuming the major gives us more money.
If anything, we should. It'd be good to know. Wonder what was going on last Saturday.
Hey, what happened last Saturday? I mean, the
I'll.
strange individual.
Yeah, because last Saturday she met with the boyfriend and went missing. Shades would call his uncle,
All right.
who is an informant, media, by the name of Tao Chang.
All right. Tao Chan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tao.
Can you go ahead and type? I know you sent it to me before, and I had it written here somewhere else. You go ahead and put it in chat again. Awesome, got it. All right. All right, so you call up your uncle. How does your uncle address you?
He probably still calls Shades kid, even though
Right.
Shades is well into his 30s.
All right. Hey kid, what's up?
One, looking into murder case for a job. Girl went missing last Saturday. Didn't know if you knew of any events going on, particularly connected to Ziggurat.
Nothing with Ziggurat. At least nothing new. I mean, they seem to be operating normally. I haven't heard anything crazy, no new shipments or anything like that. Nothing out of the ordinary. At least off the, without looking too far into it. So missing, you said a missing person?
Well,
Murder
they were
case?
missing. Not now. Murdered.
Well, I mean,
Tech on tech violence.
I mean, that's par for the course for any corp here in Night City. So I think, besides Biotechnica, Ziggurat probably has the second best reputation for being the least evil. And he chuckles. But sure, I'll keep an eye out. It's Ziggurat and a murder case.
Yeah. The meeting place was probably on the west coast, near the universities.
Wait a sec. Are you talking about that military exec daughter that
Yeah, the Styles girl.
Yeah, I saw the article. Did you have a job for that?
Minor job.
All right, make sure you get paid well, because it's a Militech exec's daughter who's going out.
Pay is sufficient.
Alrighty. All right. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll keep an ear out for you.
Thanks, Unc.
No problem. You stay safe, kid.
Good thing. I'll keep it under 150.
Right. Okay. Anything else? All right. So let me put some more context out here.
I guess what do we want to do first? We want to bug the major for more money before we go any further?
Or at least see how she wants to proceed.
Or do you want to call her again?
If
She'll love that.
She wants to meet us at the Forlorn Hope.
Ooh,
And she
sure,
said she'd pay
sure.
us. So I think we
that
head over
sounds
there.
good to me.
If anything, it's good for our crew to be seen going in there a couple more times. Build some rep.
We need rep. Like,
Unless you want to keep trekking through university apartments. Rep's how you get the bigger jobs.
Always good to know a solo when shit gets a little haywire.
Who needs a solo when you got a bunch of drones, you know?
Okay, so
Alright.
I want to point out that we haven't seen Under Moon's mask yet. Everyone,
You're gonna bring it up in front of him.
well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think it's only fair.
I don't know. I've heard it's pretty horrific. I don't know if you can handle it.
Yes, why don't we put a pin in that and go to the Forlorn Hope?
Mm.
I don't think there's anything under there worth seeing.
I'm gonna just stare out at all of you.
And I drive us to the Forlorn, unless otherwise there needs to be a pit stop.
I think we're just good to go.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Head to the Forlorn Hope then. All right. Let's see here. Okay, let me activate this. So it takes you guys a few from University District all the way across town. Let me see here. I need everybody to give me a resist tortures or drugs check.
Oh.
You guys all have a plus 2 to this, an extra plus if an extra plus 2 for this because you are driving a car. You're in a car.
I'll go ahead and use a couple luck on this.
Hmm?
Oh my goodness. Oh no.
All right, let me see here.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're supposed to roll that blind. I didn't have it
No, you don't.
toggled
You
on.
don't. No, you don't have to roll this one.
It'll be pretty apparent when you start melting, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a plus 14 to that. I had a plus 15 in that instance, and I got a 1, so that's a little
I
rough.
mean, it happens. It happens sometimes.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Okay, here it is. All right. All right. So, alrighty. I need you to give. You take this much damage directly to your HP data list. Oh, sorry, I rolled that blind. But hey, that's good. Hold on. Let me take 1 damage.
Oh, good.
That's gonna be like only 30.
Only 30 damage. I die in the car.
All right, that's not bad. Okay, now let's see here. All right, so yeah, you guys. Alrighty, activate. Alrighty, let me see here. And it's about 2 more hours. Alrighty. So yeah, you guys arrive back. That was really loud.
This door slammed shut.
Yeah. I'll drag you guys over to where Major is. But this is also another opportunity to have a better entrance. So if you guys will give me all wardrobe and style or personal grooming.
Oh, I sent mine in blind.
All right. I'll reveal them. All right.
Guys, we're not doing too great, are we?
I mean, yeah, this all the wind, all the windy, it's just messing you guys up. Your hair and your clothes is all over the place. Oh, I forgot raw. Raw.
Sounds looking pretty good though.
Yeah, Almond is looking pretty good.
Oh, Ra. Nice.
Oh.
All right.
All right. So this would
Ra's good
mean
at looking good, and that's about it.
as you guys step in, you can see everybody's looking at you with like dismissive looks. But Almond, you seem to be okay, and Ross seems to be really okay. You guys will have a plus. You have a +1 on your next social skill check, Almond, and everybody else will have a -2 on their next social skill check while they're on the scene. All right. So I'm gonna take. You want me guys to just drag you to there, or do you guys want to? Are you guys on the map?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. You guys, the game should be in pause. You guys should be able to move. Yeah.
We storm the doors.
Yeah.
Kick them
Take them
down,
down.
even though they slide open. Yeah.
I walk through and I finger gun. It's really cringy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Everybody's like, what the? These kids doing?
Oh,
All
you
right.
have to tell me where you got your mask from. You
You're not old enough to find out.
oh.
All right. As you guys walk in, they see you. She points to the back for you to go there. The guard standing in front of the door steps to the sides, open the door for you.
Hammond waits for the door to get opened.
There you go.
Oh, it closes. Goes back in. All right. Hammond nods to the major.
Yeah, welcome back. All right. Go ahead and as you guys do that, she closes the door. Says, "All right, look. Oh, I forgot to bring Almond in. Actually, no, Almond probably will stay outside and talk to this lady out here.
Raw.
Raw, sorry. Okay. So you guys enter. She greets you guys. Says, "Okay, look. Let me fill me in on everything you guys got." So you can tell. Actually, you know what? I'll fill you in with what I've gotten from you guys. You let me know what's missing. So my daughter, for some reason, commits suicide at this thing. She has a um, she's supposed to meet some boyfriend. That boyfriend was messaging her on her computer. When you got there, her computer had some weird AI thing. Uh, Seems like a rogue AI defending it. Did that? What did that rogue AI? Did a rogue AI say anything? What'd you get from that?
Burn it down.
Same phrase that your daughter repeated before. You know.
Okay. There's that. What'd you guys get from this R boyfriend?
Seemed they're very interested in not only a relationship with your daughter, but also with sending over a chip. Seemed possibly they wanted to. Let's see. Phrased it as wanted to give her a surprise in this memory chip. Roughly 3 weeks ago, it seems she must have downloaded it, and perhaps it caused some issues with her socket. Is at least the hunch I'm working off of.
Okay. Rogue AI, burn it down, chip.
Seems
Boyfriend.
their last convo on their computer was about a week ago, and this lines up with the time frame of the Sinful Adams and Gomez not having seen Jez since a week ago.
Okay, so a week ago this happened.
If you wanted us to pursue it further, I think we'd want to be looking for where she was and what she was doing during that week between when she probably met R and when she went to the Digital Divas concert.
Anything else?
We're fairly confident that Gomez and the Simple Adams have little, if any, connection with her disappearance. We questioned all of them, and they seemed pretty in the dark about any of the going-ons. They had some knowledge of the boyfriend, but none that we can really go on. Only that she was indeed seeing someone.
Hmm.
If you want us to investigate them further, we could, but it's likely that won't turn up much.
You have a picture of this Gomez person?
Yeah, Ammon will pull up his agent, pull up the photo of the Sinful Adams, and then point out Gomez.
All right, send it over.
All right. They'll swipe it up so it coolly shoots over to their agent.
All right. Hmm.
You want some
This
free advice? Oh, go ahead.
this AI thing. What did it look like? Did it like have an avatar or anything like that?
Ammon will nod at Fenris to say, you know, that you know what's going on with that.
Come again.
What did this AI look like? Did it have an avatar?
Oh. I mean, it had a skull, like a floating laughing skull, and it had a hellhound in there. Yeah, like, does that sound familiar? It kept saying things like, to things like in the digital view, it sounds like burn it down, yada yada yada, laughing, very cartoony.
Hmm. All right. All right.
I have a
Thank-
montage clip stream on YouTube you could watch. Like
I'll be careful with that. Anyways, thanks. I'll take it on from here. You guys did decent work. I'll put in a good word here in the Forlorn Hope. You know, with Mariana. And she turns to you, Fenders, and says, "Again, thanks for trying to save my daughter."
oh, of course.
Uh, I got all your numbers. I'll be in contact later, but for now, I would keep. Don't get any further in this. I have a feeling there's something a little bit bigger, and I don't know if you guys are ready to get involved in that yet.
Oh, we're ready. We're knee deep in it. I caught on fire for this, so he turns. We're ready.
She looks at you and uh, narrows her eyes and go ahead and give me a. Let me see here. Let me see here. Give
Face
me
off.
a either you could either do a streetwise, you can do a persuasion, or you can do a wardrobe and style.
I'll do
This
persuasion.
This looks so rad.
Yeah, he slams his agent onto the table and he like shows off his like burnt clothes and he's like, "Yeah, we're ready." Well, how do I use my lucky fact die?
You just give yourself one extra luck.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Oh,
All right. Okay. Oh, I saw. Go ahead and re-roll it. Blind GM.
oh, okay. Blind ninja persuasion 1.
Okay. And that's with the extra luck spent, and then also the minus 2 from your wardrobe style when he came in. Okay. All right. I mean, she looks at you, and she smiles a bit and says, "Look, you did good, and I really appreciate what you did for my daughter. and I'll keep you in mind. But for right now, I think you should wait, and you'll be the first one to call when I'm ready to go forward with this.
We really appreciate that, Major. Do you know anyone here at the Forlorn Hope that might be looking for work? Or might be looking for some help from those in our line of work?
I don't know. I haven't been here for a while. But seeing you guys came in here, I'll let them know that you guys did decent work.
Appreciate it.
My
thank you.
name, my name might, I haven't been for a while. My name has some weight around here, so I'm willing to put a little bit of that into you guys. So,
I know to keep an eye out for the Hood Samaritans.
the Hood Samaritans.
Hammond says with a completely straight face, straight mask.
The Hoods. I mean, I've heard stranger things than Night City. Whatever. I'll let them know. Hood Samaritans. What the? Anyways, how do you guys want to get paid? Do you need cash? I got the cash right here if you need it.
Prefer a transfer.
All right. You get a ping on your agent ready asking for a transfer.
Well, I'm on. I just want to. Transfers might be a little more traceable than straight cash.
I've got my finances set up in such a way that I'm not too concerned.
Okay.
All right. Does anybody want cash only?
Shades that take cash.
All right. Shades takes cash. Who else?
I think Doc will take cash.
All right. Doc takes cash. Who else?
Hope you're not hoping to cheat out on the 2045 IRS. Good luck with that.
All right, everybody else, no cash. Okay, so she hands 500 eddies to Shades and Doc, and the rest of you, you see here ping on your agent for another 500.
Lady.
It was good doing work here. Also, each of you get one to your reputation.
All right, where do we track that?
So if you look at your character sheet, there should be under the life path. There should be a ledger for your reputation.
Oh, nice. Okay, so we're at
Right.
1.
Yeah, you're at 1 with major
yeah.
and your description can be major styles. Now, reputation can be +1 for negative or +1 for positive. So like if you guys do something, that gives you some notoriety, so where people don't want to work with you or something like that, you can also have a high reputation for that too. But it may backfire. So the reputation you currently have, that 1 is for this, and that's what people are going to be basing it off of. This, and what you guys did, the rank of this is 1. So it's not like it increases. Like if you do another thing that's worth 1, you're not going to be at 2 reputation. You're still going to be at 1 reputation, but for that. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So like, it's not stackable. It's just that the thing you get a reputation for has the number tied to it, and it's always the most recent thing is the thing that's going to be counting.
Sounds good.
So, all of you are at rank 1 for major styles. All right.
All right, I'm gonna nod, go for a handshake.
She shakes it.
All right.
Good luck out there, and I'll be in touch.
We'll be waiting.
And Major Styles, before we take our leave here, I guess I want to just apologize for your loss.
I appreciate it. As you come out, Amon, you see Ra and this lady here having a decent conversation. They seem to be talking about war stories.
Hmm.
All right. It looks like I gotta go. Let's see. I'll talk to you later.
Doc would linger with the Major for a moment,
All right.
and he would say, I understand what it's like to lose a child. And no parent should ever have to bury their children. So I understand. And should you need anything from us, I'd be willing to help you.
That's nice of you to say. Alrighty. So, let me see here.
I suppose we have some downtime then if she doesn't want us going after this right away.
Yep.
Here,
So yeah,
so
you guys do have some downtime at this point. You guys can try and find jobs yourself. You guys have a fixer, so you can always go to them, see if they have work. Um, at some point, work will find you. Don't worry about that. But you guys do have some downtime now. Keep in mind that you guys do have rent to pay in 2 weeks.
Daedalus, did you give much thought to that drone competition?
I was thinking about it after we picked up those drones from Jez's room. I haven't had time to really fiddle with them, but maybe I'll spend some time making a really cool drone.
It'd be worth pursuing. Then you can
Like
test
a
your drone.
knife
and...
on it. Or chainsaw blade.
At any rate, it'd be useful to have along on future missions.
Keep in
Wait,
mind.
is this drone competition a race or like a death robot arena battle?
It is
both.
Yeah, it's both. It's like a death race.
Nice. Oh my god.
Awesome.
That's amazing.
I'm gonna give it a shotgun.
You show up, it's like a digi drone with a knife strapped to it.
Mhm.
It's like when you tie a knife to a Roomba and just kind of release it around the house,
All right. So I'll take you guys back to the dashboard. One of these days we got to get a map for the meat machine and the for everybody's apartments and stuff like that.
You guys
Who
are
knows?
welcome
Maybe
to crash at the meat machine anytime, by the way. Open door policy for you guys.
It's
it
appreciated.
would be good to. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I was gonna say it's appreciated, but I've got a few things to take care of. Raw, you're dismissed for the rest of the day if you'd like.
Oh, he
Oh.
is long.
Awesome. I got a date. Anyways, this cigarette dating app. It's pretty neat. Oh, Preem. Sorry.
Just don't let it
Raw. Wow.
Just don't let it interfere with your work.
No, don't worry about that. I'm a professional boss. He gives you a wry smile.
Amin nods, and then turns to start walking towards the bus stop or the tram stop.
Mhm.
There he goes. Walking off in the distance.
He just kind of weaves in between the people in the crowd, being really careful not to touch anybody.
And he's gone. But trust me, Fenris, you don't actually want to see what's under that mask.
Oh wait, you already know?
She puts a finger to her lips like a shush motion.
Wait, I feel like everyone knows but me.
You should be getting home probably.
Oh.
Maybe send a text to that Girl, you're shutting up.
Wait, who told you?
You left the phone on
Well,
when you were uploading the audio
no,
to the
no,
group chat.
I was. I mean, did I sound cool?
You, you, you're doing great.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I'm a natural, right? Yeah.
I can certainly. Yes, you are, Fenris. Just be careful with the girls with the fangs. Yeah, they're into some freaky shit.
Oh, like sex?
Yeah, freaky shit like
Yeah.
sex.
Yes, something like that. Yeah, something like that.
A wild night on the towns for Fenris is hand holding.
Mm-hmm.
Just make sure your blood stays in your body, mostly your neck.
Oh yeah, she said she's like really into like my like traps and I don't know. Is that a thing girls are into these days?
I'm
Yeah.
sure you'll figure it out.
Jugular Adam's apple, you know.
Yeah. Sinister Adams. Yeah. You're doing great. Just keep me updated. I'm interested in this.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me see here. So you guys are gonna split off, heal up for the night, and let me know what you guys want to do. You guys have some downtime now, and you have the city is open. City is open up. What do you call it? Title screen dropped. You guys have the open world now. Things like that.
Doc, would you be able to do a first aid check on me? I think.
I could probably
In
do
order to
paramedic.
heal? Yeah.
Will paramedic override a first aid, Dom?
Yes, paramedic. Well, anything that you can do at first aid, you can do at paramedic. Anything you can do at paramedic, you can do at surgery.
Okay. Paramedic's probably the best.
Mhm.
Do you want it to be blind for this role?
No, it doesn't have to. The DV is 10. You'll know if you did good or not. The only thing that I usually do blind is social and education checks.
Got
So if
it.
it's not inside that category, assume that you don't need to do it blind.
Okay, that's for Daedalus.
All right. So yeah, Daedalus, you can start healing now over
Thank
the
you.
break. All you need is 1 day of healing, and you heal up whatever your body plus your will score is.
Body plus will, so that's
Yep.
6 plus 7. Okay.
Dates would probably do his own first aid on himself when he got back to his container.
If you're hurt, you only need to do it if you're hurt.
Yeah, I did it incorrectly last session, so I'm just fixing it for that.
Okay. All right.
So, Doc, what did you think of our first job, huh? This wasn't too bad.
I don't like dealing with corporations, but they're people too, I guess.
Oh, no, they're not. They're definitely not people. But they are sources of money.
I'll get you guys your normal music again.
Anything to put a kibble on the table.
Yeah, speaking of that, during the downtime, Dom,
Mhm.
Doc would go look for someone that can make boost.
You know someone who can make boost.
All right, I guess I'll just have to buy a couple doses then.
I mean, you know someone who can make anything in this game.
Cool.
Oh,
As long as they're like not going to extort me for a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah, I don't know.
Am I that someone?
Yes, that's someone who.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, you can make anything in the game.
I wasn't
for
sure if it
real?
was a med tech thing. I
So
could
the only
make
thing
it.
the only thing you can't make is the drugs that are specific to Doc, which is the medtech ones. He's the only one who can make those.
Oh, I thought boost was
you-
a med tech thing. Okay.
No, it's a regular drug. It's a street
Oh.
drug.
Expensive
Okay.
one too. Boosts mental
Yeah.
stats, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, I can make that for you.
Okay.
You have to pay
Alright.
me though. You're definitely paying me for that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure.
I leverage Lido to work his charm on Daedalus.
Oh
Give you a
no.
discount.
You can, yeah, I'll pay for half. You can pay for half. That sounds like a deal.
I mean, it only since you're crafting it, it only costs 10 eddies to craft.
Oh,
Holy cow. Per
you're
dose.
paying. You
per
can.
dose, yes.
I will. How many doses did he need?
He needed 2.
2. Okay, so I'll pay for 10 if you want to take 10.
All right.
All
But I
right.
get to pet the cat. That's the
Always.
deal. Wonderful.
In his little leather bandana scarf.
Yeah.
Depending on how
Alrighty.
long our downtime is, I would attempt a hustle.
Okay, yeah, you guys will pretty much. If you guys want to hustle, that would be a week of downtime. If you guys want to find an active job, you can just always talk to your fixer.
I think I need a roll for this fabrication, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Yeah. Okay.
The DV for you is. I remember sending it, putting it in the chat.
I forget this one. Your tech, assess skill, your rank. The tech.
Can I help her in any way?
It's
You
based
can
on
do
the
it. You can.
price category.
So it depends on what the check is. It's a basic tech. You can do. I mean, so how would you want? Like, describe how Doctor Desire will help. Would he be helping by, finding a better way of getting the ingredients? Doing a better way of, like, describe to me how he's helping. And I'll
Well, I
let you
feel he
go
has a
check.
pretty solid grasp of chemistry, and since
Okay.
pharmaceuticals is his thing, and this is a pharmaceutical,
Mm-hmm.
he can kind of lay down the the guidelines for her as to like what order
Okay.
things need to be done in.
Okay. Oh my goodness! What is this song always?
Mage's calling back.
Yeah.
Getting a call.
The repeat on this is like a little bit into the next part of this thing, and then it goes back. Okay. Yes. If you want, you can either roll a science chemistry or you can roll a basic tech to help.
It's the same. Let's do this.
All right. Yeah. You'll have a +1 on this, Daedalus.
Okay, so I believe I roll my tech skill plus
So-
the 1d10 plus my rank, right?
Let me see here.
I believe it says. I don't know if that'll happen automatically though.
So the way it works, you need to beat a DV9. I mean,
Okay.
sorry, a DV13.
Oh.
It's gonna take you 6 hours.
And you said it's a basic tech? Oh, I see.
And-
There's a drop-down menu. Aha.
Yeah, and then if you click on if you click on your fabrication expertise, then you can there's a drop down that lets you pick which skill you're going to be rolling it off of.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So I just rolled that way.
Yeah.
22.
All right. Yeah, you got 1 dose in 6 hours. So over the course of this downtime, you probably maybe in 2 days, it'll probably take you to cook up the 2 doses of boost, and you have to roll for each dose. So this is the first one.
Okay. So the next day I will start on the second. So I'll do that now.
You need another science roll?
If you want to help again, give her a +1.
Yeah.
All right.
20.
Yes,
Nice.
you have a +1.
Ooh.
All right, you guys are killing. I mean, you had to beat a 13, so yeah, you guys are killing it.
Hell yeah.
All right.
All right. And I hand over the 2 doses of boost.
Okay. So that was 2 days from Daedalus and Dr. Desire helping. We'll go down the line. Amin, what are you planning to do with your downtime? You guys
come back.
You guys probably have like a week.
A week? Oh man! All right,
Yeah.
come back to me on this.
Okay. All right. Shade, you said you wanted to hustle, right?
Yep, hustle, and then I guess pass a first aid check sometime or another in 7 days.
All right. So let me go here. Let me check the hustle chart again for nomads. Gotta find that chart again. Is it it?
Yeah, I think it's a D6.
It is, but I just want to make sure. What are you getting from it? Let me see here.
A small amount of Yetis.
Yeah. I know it's somewhere in here in this book, but I don't remember what page it was on. Do you happen to remember what page it's on?
It's near the end. Hold on.
Yeah. Gotta bookmark this stuff at some point. Okay, here it is, the hustle. All right, nomad hustle. All right. All right, go ahead and give me a D6. And you are rank 4. Okay. All right, a 1. Over the course of this week, you made a few legitimate shipments, but in terms of cost and the cost of making those shipments and the cost of the money you made from it, overall profits turned out to be just 100 eddies.
Fair enough.
Yep. Okay.
And then hopefully I pass some kind of first aid here within 7 days.
All right.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. Alrighty. Fenris, is there anything you wanted to do in your week of downtime?
Fenris is a gamer in games. He maybe tried to text that girl a couple times, but like he's like trying to like level up his net running skills, and or he does esports in his spare time.
All right.
Nice.
Which esport? I need to know.
It's competitive Candy Crush. I mean, and I was like no, he's like
He's playing Madden 101 or 190 or something.
yeah, no, he's like a Valorant kind of guy. I think he's a
First-person shooter.
yeah, like
All right. I mean, he looks like
Call
a
of
Valorant
Duty-
type of guy. He looks
Call of
like a
Duty
Valorant
57.
character. All right. Okay, in that case, yeah, that's like pretty much relaxing and resting. Did you get a chance for somebody to do some first aid on you?
I mean, if Doc, I mean, I would have probably popped over to Doc's place, like
Or
if
they're
he
cooking.
won.
All right. Doc, at any point during your downtime, would you have done free first aid on Fenris, or
Yeah.
you're in charge of him? All right.
Nah, it's free.
All right. Go ahead and give me that first aid. You just need to pass a DV10, so you need to roll at least 11. 11 is your result. All right. Yeah. All right. So over that course of the week, you heal up to full. All right. All right. Doc, other than those 2 days that you helped on Daedalus, anything else?
I got an idea.
Mhm.
Being at the university, and there's a number of young minds that are just waiting to be influenced. I think he might pay a visit there and see if he can develop some sort of contacts to try to turn a profit on some extracurricular pharmaceutical.
I mean, we have a
Trade.
student that lives with us. If you wanna,
Oh, do I really want to involve Icarus on the drug trade, though?
It's up to you.
that's up to you, man.
Keep in mind.
He doesn't care, then yes.
Keep in mind that in Night City, drugs are not against the law. So they're not like, you know, you mean you can sell them yourself.
But I will advertise my services and that I can
Yeah.
make them for people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All
Just
right.
get the name out there and, try to make it sound like it's an underground kind of thing to increase the appeal.
All right. Let me see this. Go ahead and give me a streetwide. So do you want to involve Icarus in this?
Yes.
Okay.
So proud of her.
All right. So as you are doing that, she says, "I don't know if I could do this. I have a psychology paper due soon, and it's gonna take a lot of work to do this. I mean, maybe
I'll help you.
Okay, you're gonna help me.
Yes.
What do you know about psychology?
A little bit.
I mean, yeah, I guess you do therapy. I guess that makes sense. Okay.
Smiles and grins at her.
All right, go ahead and give me a persuasion check with a +2.
Persuasion with a +2.
Yep. All right. What she says is, okay, if I do this, I want to cut though.
Doc looks insulted. Like how much?
She like thinks for a bit. She looks at you, looks at Ito, and then looks back at you. It says, "When you guys get to I'll take 10%."
10%? You're just a kid. 5%.
All right, go ahead and give me a trading check.
I will drop some luck on this.
It'll be versus her trading check.
I'll drop 2 luck on it.
All right. Is she
Shrewd
trading?
businessman.
All right. Yeah, I was making her. She was. Okay, let me see here. Sheet. Trading. Oh man, she's not that good at it. All right, we'll see what happens.
I knew I should have hit Fenris up. Oh my god.
She says, I mean, well, I guess you can go without me.
I'll go hit
11%.
Fenris up then.
All right. You're going to ask Fenris?
I'll see if he'll do it for 5%.
All right.
He does have that mobile game addiction.
Mhm.
And then as you guys are leaving, she's like, man, this paper sucks. But
Well, it's only 5%, Icarus.
hey, I mean, you can put more work in it, or you can have me here, and I can always bring the money directly back home. So it's just, it's up to you. You can either pay for 5% services, or you can pay for 12% services.
12%. Girl, get back to your homework.
All right. She grabs Leto and walks back to her room.
I could probably stew for a little bit. I won't actually hit Fenris up, though. I'll have to think of a different angle for this.
All right. But you still want to? Do you want to still do the thing about selling some connections in?
Yeah, absolutely. If I need to use
okay.
the app or whatever, that's fine. Otherwise, he'll try to do it organically.
All right. In that case, this would be a streetwise check. All right. Let me see here. Okay. Yeah, you kind of find a few people that are willing to, probably buy some some stuff, but in terms of like cooking up and selling, you're not really gaining it. You're not gonna there's
Sure.
no like profits or anything like that happening now.
Sure.
But you do let me see here. Um, you do have a few. You do end up establishing a a few clients that you could probably call on. This gives you another. I know a guy in the university
Okay.
district.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. And when the time comes, you can make this person be whatever they need to be if it makes sense that they would be inside living in the university district.
Got it.
It could be a teacher. All right. It could be a campus security guard. Whatever you think it might be. But yeah, you do establish a minor contact here. Alrighty. So I mean, that would be what you do with the rest of your downtime this week.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
All right, Daedalus, you did 2 days. You still have 5 days left. Is there anything you
Yeah.
want to do?
There is, yes. So I wanted to look into let me get her name. I wrote it down. Bev, the woman who lit herself on fire. I want to go look and see if she had any family in the area.
Okay. So you want to do some. This telephone always gets me. You want to do some research and some information gathering.
I want to see if she
All
had
right.
any family, any kids, just
Okay.
next of kin kind of deal.
Okay. Let me see here. Go ahead. Okay, how are you doing this? Like, explain to me how you would go about doing this.
We learned that she had a job at one of the as a secretary, if I remember correctly. Or am I getting her and Jess confused?
So, the Sinful
Works
Adams
at
thought,
Downtime, Secretary Downtime.
so she is a secretary. They thought, you guys know she was a low-level net runner based off the article for Ziggurat. The Sinful Adams thought that Jez was a secretary at some corp.
Okay, we didn't learn who Bev was or anything. I thought a news article came out.
No,
Bev
yeah, you do-
Hatrick's the
yeah.
Secretary of Downtime.
Yeah,
Oh,
Secretary
okay.
of Dintech. You guys know that.
Downtime. Okay. Yeah. I guess I'm just gonna. Can I like? First of all, can I just go through the paper and see if they list any next of kin? Like if she has an obituary.
Yeah, she did have an obituary. That's where you guys learned that she was a secretary of Dintech. They didn't mention any next of kin.
Okay. Well, I don't really want to go prodding around at Dintech and being super nosy, I guess. So I'm going to take some time and make some really simple flowers out of maybe some scrap metal I have laying around. I'm just gonna weld them together, make them look semi nice. And I'll just write on there a little tag that says something along the lines of to Bev's family. And I'm gonna just get it delivered to Dintech.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you spend some time building up this thing. How nice do you want this to be in terms of like, is it in terms of a price category? I'm not going to charge you. We'll make this part of your lifestyle, but what it depends on how much time this might take.
Okay.
And what this might mean.
I know you sent me the thing. Let me go back and double check.
So price categories are cheap every day is 10, costly is 50, premium is 100, and that's the max you would be able to do without being able to find a fixer.
I'll do premium.
Premium? So okay, so you're making a really nice.
I want to make it really nice. So I'm putting a lot of heart into this.
Okay, great. All right, so it will take you a while to make it and craft it and make it nice and to your standards of premium, which is going to be whatever your
I believe it's 1 day.
1 day. So yeah, it takes you a whole day to make it, and then I'm not letting it cost you anything. It's it's just a part of your lifestyle. and getting it delivered. And you want to deliver it to Dine Tech, and you said towards Bez's family. Okay.
Yes, I don't necessarily want to go poke around their database. I don't want to like stir up any trouble
Mhm.
or anything. So I'm just gonna send it off and hope it gets to her family, maybe, and just kind
All
of.
right, having it delivered. So you guys call. You guys, you send out the message, ask for delivery service to get it picked up. They come and visit the meat machine, and it's a bike carrier that comes to pick it up. You see that you recognize that this bike character is part of the kind of like standard local delivery service in Night City. They're a fixie. So
Okay.
fixies are the most prevalent courier service in Night City. Almost everything is delivered by a fixie. You think of them as like Amazon for Night City, but they just do deliveries and couriering stuff locally.
They use rollerblades.
They use bicycles.
Ah,
What
they don't
was
have like a.
what
Go ahead.
was Bev's last name? I don't think I didn't write it down.
Uh,
I got it here. Let's see. It is Hatrick.
Patrick. Okay, I'll put Bev Hatrick on the label, by the way, so I can specify.
Yep.
I will. I'll give it to the bicycle man.
all right. He says, "All right, thank you. I'll get this over there as soon as possible."
There's no return address on this, right?
And if you don't want one,
Excellent. Thank you.
all right. Thank you for using fixies.
Is he kind of waiting for a tip? Does he just head off, or does he
You kind of see like he kind of did, and then if there's any hesitation there, then he ends up leaving.
No, I'll give him a tip. I'll give him 2 eddies.
All right. He takes it and says, "Oh, thank you," and then gets going.
Tip for Amazon.
Mm-hmm. All right. So that was about one day, one whole 24 hours of work, getting all this set up, making calls and stuff like that.
That's 3 days. I spend the rest of my time making a kick-ass drone.
All right. So you're going to be using that drone and repairing it.
Yep.
All right. Let me check how long, because it was destroyed. Oh no, there's one. You guys had one that was just damaged and 2 that were destroyed. So are you fixing the one that was just damaged or the one that was destroyed?
One that was damaged. I think that's the one I grabbed.
All right, let me check here. Repairing. Repair. So a drone is very expensive. To repair it to full, that's actually a whole oof.
Was it a while?
Yeah, it's a week.
Jeez. I'm not gonna have time.
Yeah, so you can start repairing it, but
I'll start. I'll mark down a little timer over here for me. I've never played a crafter before, so I apologize if I am
no, this
stumbling
is
all over the place.
This is what a tech is about. And eventually, once you guys have the money, and you're probably gonna want the time so that Daedalus can make stuff for you guys. Because if you guys can get the ingredients for it, you can make anything.
So I have 4 days out of 7 right now for this one.
Yep. Okay. So you can go ahead and give me the check, because you would know if you fail or not by the end of this week.
Okay, and this is is it a fabrication or invention expertise?
So for repair, since it's repairing, it is a let me check what the thing is for this. The normal repair thing for a drone is basic electronic security check.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is for there. But you'll be able to add your let me see which one it is. It's the one for repairing.
I think it's field expertise.
Yes, field expertise. That's the one that's for repairing.
So electronic security tech plus field expertise. I'm gonna spend 3 luck on this.
Okay. It's a DV 21.
Oh no. Oh, that was tragic.
All right, so yeah, at the end, like you spend your whole week working on this thing, and then at about halfway through, so 3.5
You
days
can still
in,
luck that, can't you? Or no?
It's DC 21, I think.
Oh,
yes, DC
dang.
21.
Yeah.
Drones are
Oh,
expensive.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. Bummer.
All right, so that means you need to roll a 22 for it to work. But
Damn.
but the thing is though is that you do not, whenever you're repairing something like this, you do not lose the thing that you don't lose the ingredients. So you can try again next week.
All right.
But
So
but you do spend
I'll
3.5
this
days
down.
working on this thing, and then after those 3.5 days, you realize, okay, this is not working. I need to start over.
I'll put
like
the
when you're
drone
building,
at 0 to 7.
It's like when you're building like IKEA furniture and you're like almost done, you realize it's backwards.
You put the bolt in the wrong place like, at the very beginning, and
You
it's
take
like,
it all
I
apart.
gotta learn the part again. Okay. When
All
is the
right.
drone race? Like how long? Like just out of curiosity.
It's
Is
this
there a date
Saturday.
for that? Oh
Yeah, Saturday.
no, no drone race for me. But I still want a cool drone, so I will. I'll keep working on that.
You can still just enter one of the ones that Jez made, you know.
Well, they're all
I mean,
broken.
I mean, you have one
more
that's
drones.
damaged. You have one that's damaged. That's the one you were trying to repair. It was the one
Yeah.
that's damaged. It still works. The problem is, keep in mind that with drones, you need a net architecture for them to work. And I don't think you guys have a portable net architecture.
I can make
can-
this. This can be
can
like a
make a con-
Fenris place. That'd be cool.
Controller.
Yeah.
Can you just buy like a controller? Or no?
Yes, you can. You can. Depending on the type of drone, you can do a direct control to one of them.
Neat.
That might be hard. You'd be
Yeah.
showing up with like your hobbyist drone, and there's definitely gonna be some people there with like machine guns on theirs.
Well, maybe I'll catch the next race.
Yeah, who knows? They might. I'll let you know if there's more drone races.
I
stuff
do
like
like
that.
the idea of like making a really kick-ass drone for Fenris to kind of pilot though, with the
Yep.
night architecture. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, if you get a portable net architecture, it's like a backpack. You wear it, and then you can put the drone on it, and then if you install a daemon inside the net architecture, they can control it for you, or you as a net runner can be jacked into your personal net architecture, controlling your drone while also still doing your meat actions and stuff like that.
Cool. I'll make a note of that for later.
And if you run to other enemy net runners at the same time, they could try and jack into your portable net architecture and try and control your drone. You can
Yeah.
have drone fights
They-
while you're
They
running
can-
around.
They can certainly try when they have
Yep.
a katana in their gut while they're trying to do that. So
Yeah, it's true. All right. Okay, so Amon, what do you want to do as your week of downtime?
All right. So let's see. Yes, I guess they primarily have to catch up on work they've been putting off to run around with their crew. So probably catching up on work, and then in their downtime, if they have any, looking up. They'd be wanting to see if they could investigate more on like these like chips and things, and see if there's like a general trend. If there's always been a bunch of faulty chips floating around, or if maybe there's been a spike recently, and seeing if they can draw up any connections. But I guess the primary thing they're doing is hustling.
Okay. All right. If that's the case, go ahead and roll me a. Let me see. What is the hustle for exec? All right. Go ahead and roll me a d6.
All right. I will do it visible, I guess, or
Yeah, you can do visible.
all right. Looking at a 5.
All right. So you pull off a major project success and gain a bonus from the head office. You make 300 eddies.
Nice. All right.
Yep.
And then I assume that.
execs and rocker boys have the best hustle.
All right. So I assume that takes up all their downtime, and I'll just say
Yeah,
like for
that takes away.
flavor-wise, whenever they're not doing that, whenever they're not killing it at work, they're also
Mhm.
looking into the chips.
So I have here a few things that you guys had cooking since the beginning of your downtime. So you had a library search about let me see here. Cactus water and the Layla and Leela.
It always comes back to
Deckard.
cactus water.
Yep.
it does.
Okay, so during that time, you're during your week of hustling, you do get some information about them. Cactus water used to be the company of Cactus Water was actually used to be a subsidiary of Continental Brands. Eventually, they split off and became their own thing. The president of Cactus Water used to be a Michael Deckard, but then it got switched to Leela Deckard, which is his wife. Michael Deckard kind of disappeared off the court case, off the radar. It was
I mean,
kind of a
like,
little bit of a
public obituary. Or he's just gone MIA.
yeah. He just stopped being seen in public eye. There's no obituary of him. There's some articles about him just like leaving the company and going on about his own business, but there is no like talks about him like showing up dead or actually being missing. It's just more of him being like he gave up the company and then went into hiding.
When he posts on his
Or-
LinkedIn,
Not necessarily.
just like the generic, like they're liking stuff. Does it seem like a cover job, or does it seem like
It seems more. It kind of looks like somebody who's just like decided to not work anymore and just like went on vacation for a very long time.
lazy?
Yeah.
All right.
And since then though, Cactus Water has been since his left, and it's been taken over by Leela Deckard. The Cactus Water the brand has like improved in the public eye, at least in terms of them doing some humanitarian efforts in terms of providing clean water and stuff like that to some of the harder neighborhoods in the overpacked suburbs. But there are notes about them and Cactus Water and Continental Brands kind of going at it because they used to be part of Continental Brands and now they're just coming into their neighborhood and stuff like that. So there might be some legitimate corporate rivalry between the two companies.
And Continental Brands owns the Digital Divas.
Yep.
Or has some connection to that. Wait, okay. So Digital Divas, yeah, we know for sure they have a connection to Continental Brands. I don't know if we know exactly what that is. They're sponsored, I guess.
Their producer, the person who's producing them,
That Harry
Sister
Depew.
Jams, Harry Depew, he worked for Continental Brands.
And now Layla, the daughter of Leela, the president of Cactus Water, is in with the Digital Divas. Might be worth looking into. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know if there's
that's
work
what.
there, but I mean, it might
Yeah,
be.
there might be. You never know.
All right. One other thing I wanted to during that week, does Amon ever get a ping from R, call him their number or anybody?
Let me check. No.
Okay. In that case, yeah. At some point during the week, Amon would shoot over the details they've dug up on the Cactus Water and the connection. Yeah, so I'll just dump what I got here in chat.
All right.
I'll just dump that in there. All right.
Yep. Let me see here. Doc, you had Locke looking into something. He shows up to pick up his 2 boosts, and then explains to you that gives you a little file on what they found from Jez. He says there's not much in here. It seems like obvious stuff. She died from a blunt force trauma, being hit by a truck. The records show she had cyberware. She had a burnt out chip socket. Her micro video was recording. They had a death trance, which was making their body very wrecking their bodies. And there's like a little note there that says like, it's just a horrible. It's just a strange cyberware that it just makes everything worse for you. I mean, it makes our job easier. We get more work, but still, it's dumb.
Who uses stuff like that?
Philharmonic
A lot of the
vampires, right?
yeah, it's a lot of Philharmonic vampires.
Anybody besides them?
I mean, people who want to look dead.
Okay.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
just do it naturally.
I mean, in some cases, you might think like you as a med tech, and this the way the cyberware works, it can fool most sensors. Like
Sure.
only somebody who's trained enough could probably tell if somebody's actually dead if they're using this. So someone could be, probably could be used to play dead, and get past stuff as being dead. So maybe a corporate might give this to a corporate assassin or something like that to like have them sneak into a morgue or something like that. Like this, it could be used like that, but
Is there any chance?
it does mess up your body though.
Is there any chance that there's any way that she could have lived through getting hit by a truck?
The way you rolled and looked at her when she was getting hit, she looked dead, like you were pretty confident she was dead.
Can that death trance mimic like lack of pulse, or is it more
Yes.
superficial? Oh, damn.
It can.
Shit. But she's
But it can be. There are still signs of life if you know what to look for.
I'm gonna trust in Doc to.
The
she's
issue
dead.
here is that if you trust your skills, Doc,
Yeah, he
in
does.
looking at her. Okay.
Just not his business skills.
I feel like there might be something there with the micro video still recording,
Mm-hmm.
because it's a conscious effort to turn that on and off, right?
Yeah.
Didn't see. Yeah. Okay. How far back did we look into that micro video?
Based off of what the major said, she was looking back from when she met Shades.
So she turned it on as she saw Shades and then offed herself.
Mhm.
Interesting.
All right. So that was your thing, and I think that's everybody else's stuff for downtime. All right, let me see here. Let me advance the calendar. Oh, where's my calendar at?
Yeah, mine disappeared too.
Yeah.
I believe we're on the 14th though.
Okay, there it goes. Is it on for you now?
No.
You would have to go to the journal tab, which is the ribbon, and then there should be a SC there for simple calendar if you want to turn it back on.
Nah, it's all right.
Yeah. All right. So you guys will be in a week, so 7 days. Let's move that up. So
Red Storm's done.
And then days.
That's good, yeah.
All right, one. This is one.
That's one of those working from home weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Yep. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so it would be Saturday morning. So a couple things that happened during the course of this week too. About Friday, Friday morning, your job seems to be kind of in a tussle when you came in, that Friday morning to work for your hustle, and
Just works from home.
or I guess working from home, you would have heard that the office was kind of in a hustle, in a how would you call it, chaos, a little bit of chaos.
Yeah.
When you got your bonus for doing your work that day, your boss seemed to be instead of your normal assistant, your boss's assistant giving you a bonus. Their assistant seemed very busy with something, and you kind of heard them speaking about how your boss is not coming in, hasn't been coming in for the last couple of days, and that they were in the process of calling the NCPD to get something done. Apparently, let me see here, and let me see here. So your boss, Alman, is George Edward Rigemeyer. Right. Let me see how you spell say this. One second. Should have checked this out before I did it. Robot, let me know. Okay, George Edward Rimemeyer. I'll post it in chat here.
Got it.
Yep.
Good old GER.
Yep, GER.
Holding it down.
All right. Let's see here. Yeah, so there was he's been busy. He's calling the NCPD, her assistant's calling the NCPD, and you kind of overhear in the moment, while getting them talking about getting your bonus, is that his daughter has gone missing.
So he hasn't been into work and his daughter's missing.
Yeah. You would know that he seems to have a daughter who's like around 19 and goes to Night City University.
Do I know the name, or can I find it out?
Her name would be Lucy Rimemeyer. This happens around Friday, around you kind of hear this Friday morning, around Thursday evening. Let me see here.
Friday the 24th. What is today? Friday?
No, today's Saturday.
Okay, so I heard about it yesterday.
Yeah, you heard about it yesterday morning. This is during the downtime of your week of downtime.
Yeah, I got you. Trying to keep
on the 21st Daedalus, Icarus would have told you that there was some crazy stuff going down in the university district in Night CU. Apparently, there's been some women have gone missing.
Multiple in a single day.
Not in a single day, like over the course of while now, but now it's just kind of come up to light, so people are a little bit careful. So you can see that she started taking like her piece to work, or like more than some extra ammo and stuff like that to school.
You said it was women who were being
women
missing?
who were who've been going missing. Yeah. So about the time when Icarus brings it up, they said maybe 2 have gone missing.
Yeah, as soon as Icarus reports that, Amin would have Ra start to accompany at a distance Icarus. So stay out of sight, but keep an eye on her.
All right.
And then they'd focus on that. Let's see. So on the 21st. So how long have people been going missing from Night City, and it's just now come to light?
I mean, no one really knows. It's just that there was 2 people missing. From 2 women missing, within I don't know, a short distance from each other. They're not. A lot of it hasn't come out yet. And then at least at the time when Icarus said so. And then you hear this about your boss. And then on the 24th, that Saturday, there's a news article that comes out, and the report says there was an NCPD report. It was on. So the news breaks on Net 45's Crime Watchers. There's a strings of missing persons, and it just recently claimed Raven Augmatic's daughter. And so the report comes out, and it's a NCPD report has reported that Lucy Rimemeyer, 19 years old, daughter of Raven Augmatic's executive engineer George Edward Rimemeyer, has joined the growing number of missing young women in Night City. Over the last 4 weeks now, 7 women have been reported missing across the university district. Their whereabouts are a complete mystery to the NCPD detectives, who still have no leads. Mr. Rimemeyer has yet to reach out for comment. And then it continues, said So, in earlier this morning, um, so this breaks. You guys hear it, and in not too long afterwards, you guys. Let me see here. Who would receive this call? Fenris has done some missing person stuff before. So I guess Fenris would probably receive this call, and it says, "There's it's a message, and let me see here. It's like an audio message. It says this. Okay, hold on. Oh, actually, okay. It says, okay, the message has like an address, and it says from a representative of Raven Augmetics, Mr. Reinmeyer. And the message pops up saying, here you go. As you may know, my client's daughter went missing in the University District. We've had little cooperation from the local authorities. My client has authorized me to pay out 2,000 eddies per head to contractors of my choice. You come highly recommended. You will each receive a 500 eddies upon signing of the contract with Raven Augmetics, with the remainder of the funds issued once Lucy Reinmeyer has been recovered in whatever state she happens to be found. Good luck, good hunting. And there's a link to a contract.
Yeah, no, he pings the group chat. He like ats everybody to make sure that they can't ignore the notification.
Alan still ignores it a couple times, but eventually does pick up. You said 500 eddies on acceptance of the job, 200 or the rest paid on return of Lucy, or what is the rest?
Yeah,
I'll put the message in the chat.
Or it was a 2,000. Yeah, I think
that's the message. It came out really, really weird.
That's alright. That's been covered. Okay, so we need to get a body or her.
I mean, we could just add a bunch of people to our crew and then pay them 500 eddies, and then.
No, when you get too many people into a crew, things get unmanageable. Basically, a corporation at that point. I say we keep our team small, but we should definitely look into this job. It's good money, and wouldn't hurt to have the ear of this executive.
Someone you know?
I may run in similar circles.
How is this? Is this similar circle to the same circle? Anyway, everybody, Shades, Doc, Daedalus. You have to vote with the emojis.
Okay. Well, I got a question. Hang on. Does he want to meet us, or does he just signing us on remotely?
I think he's signing. I think he just hit the accept button on the message.
Yeah, the contract has there's a contract. The contract requires you to fill in some more information and sign on, and then they'll
This is Rockland, right? This is the
Raven,
one we talked about at the beginning of the game, right? If I remember correctly.
Reese? Yeah, this is Raven Augmetics.
Okay, Raven Augmetics. Okay.
Yeah. if you want to see what their logo looks like.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Yeah, I guess I'll show you some of these company logos that you've come across so far.
It seems like a pretty high amount for a fetch.
That's Continental Brands.
Brands.
Yeah.
Just notice they're
Militech.
not paying out on information. They want the return of Lucy or a body. So either way. If there's been this many missing people, missing women over a span of just 4 weeks, I'm imagining it's not a big leap to assume that it's going to be require a heavier hand than some of our previous work.
Ah, heavier hand.
If you all are up for it, I think it'd be worth testing our abilities on something like this. It's for a good cause, you know.
I think I'll tag along with you guys, but I can't sign this, unfortunately. Or fill out this information they want.
Hey, why?
Bad history. Rather not get in their records. But I'll definitely come along still. Make sure none of you die.
Roxanne.
Jesus, and when he goes to fill out the form, he just puts shades in every column.
I think that's standard protocol for Edgerunners. It's like sign here and you just put an X.
So you taking it? I mean,
Sounds like it. You're in, Fenris?
all right, I'll let accept. Does the message explode?
All right, so you guys send the contract to everybody, and everybody signs it except for Daedalus.
Yep.
All right.
You sure you don't want in on this one, Daedalus?
No, I really don't need those 2,000 eddies. I'm doing great.
I mean,
Keep in mind, it's a contract to sign. What I don't know what you put in there.
I just don't even want this message on my phone or on my agent. Yeah, I'll bite the bullet on this one. That's no problem.
Keep in mind, if you guys want to look at, take a closer look at this contract and everything too, that you could do that before signing it.
this is something we should.
That'd be like a bureaucracy.
Yep.
Nice. I just so happen to be trained in bureaucracy. Alright, let's see. We'll burn a couple luck on this.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me see here. All right, Ahmed, come to secret chat.
Alright.
There he goes.
He goes again.
Perfect.
What do we
All
got?
right. So looking at this contract, and with your background being a working at Raven Augmatics, this contract does not seem like a standard issue Raven Augmatic contract, or even that of somebody who's very skilled in like a corporate, somebody who work at a corp and is skilled in bureaucracy. Like this contract does not seem like what'd you call it? Like it's coming from somebody who would be trained like that. It seems really good though.
It seems like whoever wanted this work done probably hired a really good fixer to draft it up, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So is it like harsh, like super harshly binding, or what? What are the? I guess. What
No,
are the
so it
pitfalls?
seems really reasonable. It kind of like exactly what's here. You guys, are putting your contact information so that they can contact you and know how to pay you and send you the money, and so they know exactly how many people are being placed on this. They need to sign it on their end as well. So you probably will receive a copy of the contract once you guys sign it. But for the most part, it does not seem like super. It seems like if a corp was writing this you can see there will be signs of like things that would help that would like put them in like a better position. This seems too fair to be a corporate contract.
So
It
it's
seems
pretty
like very
likely
like
it was a fixer.
it feels like this is more like somebody who wants to get a job done and is trying to get people to do this job, and
Okay.
not no like evil genie or anything like that that's going on here,
Okay.
which is very strange for a corporate.
Yeah. It seems like most likely scenario. Could I roll like a deduction that it probably was submitted? That it's probably the being opened up by George through a fixer, paying a lot of money to get like a legitimately get their daughter back, I guess.
I mean, it'll be a very hard deduction because there's not a lot of clues. All you have is this contract. You're not sure where it might have come from.
Oh, okay. No, I won't
Yeah.
bother then. It's not an
Yeah.
easy leap. All right.
All right.
We got Raven, Continental, Militech, Ziggurat.
So are we? Do we know anything about Raven Automatics? Like, I mean, does anyone know?
I'm gonna do a library search on Raven.
Sure. Okay. I
Trying to
mean,
find what's in the public sphere.
all right. So what you know about the public sphere of Raven Augmatics here? Let me get this open here. All right, corpse. You know that their headquarters are in Austin, the free state of Texas. They have a
course.
bunch of regional offices all over the U.S., the NUS. So they have one in Washington D.C., Chicago, Denver, Atlanta, Baltimore, Seattle, Dallas, which is where the regional offices is, and one in Night City. Their head is a Jacinda Hidalgo. Oh, let me make sure I pronounce this right.
Jacinda.
Jacinda. Yeah, Jacinda Hidalgo. And their employees, they have 125,000 employees. It was founded by a person named Andrew Raven. And their main thing was prosthetics and artificial limbs. They used to have a in harsh competition with another prosthetic limb corporation, but they were able to eke out with the help of prosthetics during the corporate war, because there's a lot of people, solos, former military, and everything like that were losing a lot of limbs during the war, and they were able to make a killing selling prosthetics during that time, which kind of pushed them off into the head, and they became kind of the main superpower about prosthetic limbs and stuff like that. Eventually, after the corporate war ended, they were kind of falling out again because not many people were needing new limbs. And then once their new head took over, which is Jacina, which is the daughter of Raven, of Andrew Raven, she took over, and they started coming out with designer versions of cyberware. So like your cyber arm would have a style next to it and a brand, like this is have a Raven Augmatics cyber arm that has a specific name to it, and that kind of pushed him off into being back at the head of the public cyberware market. So that's kind of like the basics of what you get from the library research. Here's a picture of what the head looks like.
Yeah, I'm gonna send that info over. Say, spent some time digging into the contract. It's clearly not made by a run-of-the-mill corporate org. Seems they must have hired somebody outside of it So a high-level fixer at that. I'm imagining multiple people have received an offer such as this. It's likely time-sensitive.
Oh, should we take out the other people?
If it was made by if the offer was put out by a high-level fixer, the net is probably cast wide. I can say depends. Depends how much work we want to put in, I guess.
Oh, a high-level fixer at Raven did the. Okay.
No, likely
wait.
someone outside of the corp. They were paid well to put this offer together. Outside of that, the contract reads legibly. It doesn't seem like there's any hidden things in it, but it does stipulate the return of Lucy or whatever state she's in. So, no girl, no pay. It's going to be
That's all it
felony.
said. There's nothing
Well,
else fishy about it.
Not that I could determine.
Do you know anyone who works at Raven that could like verify that or anything going on at the company?
Not at the time, but we could contact.
I might know a guy who still works there. I can see if I can check in with him.
It's very similar to the Major's case, other than finding the body.
What was the age of Bev?
Bev was about late 20s.
Okay, and then these other 7 women can and run a search and see their ages. Like, are they all in similar like early 20s? That one was 19, Lucy.
Yeah. If you search up who's missing, the 7 women who are missing, several women who are missing, yeah, all of them seem to be between late teens, so 18, 19, and mid 20s.
Over 4 weeks. Okay.
Yeah.
And they all went to the university?
Yeah.
I guess Bev Hattrick might not be involved. I don't think they were a university student.
Nope.
Okay, so maybe just a coincidence on that. In any case, if we are taking this contract, we need to move quickly. Head back to the university, gather more clues. It's
These
already
other
been 24 hours since this Lucy person was picked up.
the other girls that went missing, they also corpo chicks.
Yeah, look that up.
I mean, based off of what you look, just what's out there publicly, not really. Maybe some of them might have simple corporate background, but no, like heavy. The biggest one is Lucy.
Okay, that's the one that
every-
actually had the story break.
Yeah, everybody else is, maybe, they might have some low level person. Maybe their parents work for a corp. That's how they can afford to go here. Some people just seem to be normal students. But the only one that seemed to break the case was Lucy.
Doesn't appear so. Seems the story would have gotten a lot more buzz if it didn't come down to that.
It's really want her back then if they're willing to pay this much eddies.
Either that or they know what we're gonna find.
It's weird the authorities aren't helping them.
A lot of murder and missing persons in Night City.
I guess so. You'd think they'd be all over helping a a corpo kit, though. Not to mention, she probably has trauma insurance. Trauma team should be, I guess, around if anything happens.
I mean, you don't have any kids we should know about. Should we worry about?
Me?
No, so the moon.
Oh.
I'm just gonna mute you in the chat. Anyways, not really one to turn down a job. I think we need to take it to build up our reputation. So I'm going to take the contract and head over to the city.
Did he mute me? I think he muted me.
No, I think he... No, he didn't.
No,
Don't
no,
worry
no.
about it.
And Carrot is like, I think he muted me.
No, he didn't, Fenris. No, it's okay.
Well, if you say so.
Eh. Alright, then if we want to take this, I guess we gotta get started then.
All right. So yeah, that's the information you guys have. Something's going down in the lights. You're trying to find this missing girl, and what you know is that she was a Night City University student.
And Daedalus, I'm sending Ra along to accompany Icarus discreetly. She should be able to maintain her normal routine, but I think she should have an extra layer of protection.
So you think she's in danger?
It seems any woman between the ages of these late teens to mid-20s could be that attends the university. It's the only things we have to go on now, so we should be cautious.
Yeah, you're right. Tell Ra, thank you.
Always. You've never heard Amun thank Ra.
All right, Amun, give me a blind d6.
Blind D6.
All right, I got it.
All right. Let's see. Trying to think of what we can do to get more info here.
I mean, if she was a university student, we might be able to. I mean, we know university students now, so Fenris, if you want to give Veronica a call.
You think Veronica? Do you think she would know? Do you think think she wants to talk to me? You think she
I'm
like hang
I'm
out?
sure
Think she wants to be
she's
in the crew? You think she wants to come with
not
us?
the crew. I don't know about that
Come with
part.
us on the contract.
No, maybe not that. I'm sure she's dying to talk to you, and maybe you can have that as a nice little conversation starter about who this Lucy lady is.
Oh, okay. No, all right, if you say so.
Yeah.
And then yeah, sure. I'll finish. I'll text Veronica and ask if she knows a Lucy.
So you're just texting Veronica, asking, what do you? So you're texting her.
Mhm.
What do you text her?
Hey, hey Lucy, how are you? I don't know when, but I mean, I like to come, but me and my friends are looking for this person named, Lucy, last name, insert last name here.
Ryan Meyer.
Ryan Meyer, yeah, and she's probably like, super corpo, wouldn't I'm still totally into you, but my friends are really in trying to find this one because it's part of a job, but I don't is it really inappropriate that I bring up other girls? Question mark.
Last like 9 texts.
Yeah.
In the span of like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you send that text over. Okay. Go ahead and give me a actually, no. We'll wait. We'll wait for this. All right. So you get a message back saying, "Wait, you mean the Lucy that went missing on the news? The one that's the."
Oh yeah, that one.
Why are you looking for her?
Yeah. See, it's totally for a job, not because I'm not talking to her or anything. Is that important? Question mark. Then.
Wait, you have a job to find Lucy?
I don't know. I mean, I'm totally a student, but yeah, I do this on the side. I mean, don't tell anyone, please. Like pray emoji. Send.
Okay. There's a bit of a pause for a while, where
Okay.
you're left on read for a little bit.
That'll she hits
Uh,
Oh no, you got a stew.
All right,
What did it
and she sends back, "Well, I don't know if I can help you, but hey, I remember I told you about uh, um, the play. We finally have a date.
Oh, you do? When is
Yeah,
it?
it's in 2 days from now.
2
It's gonna be a Monday.
days. 2 days on Monday.
Yeah,
I mean, Monday's good. I mean, Monday I'm not really doing anything. I mean, I kind of handle my schedule
Monday
everything
night.
on Monday. Monday night, even better.
All right. Well, do you want to come? You want to go?
Yeah. And he says, yes, all caps,
Okay.
in GIF format.
Okay. All right.
Where is it again? Where?
Oh, it's at the Night City Symphony,
Oh, okay.
which is in the University District.
Mm.
Let me see here. It should be. If it shows up here. Oh, I think hold on, let me check.
Oh man.
What's it called?
It's called the Night City Symphony Hall.
Oh.
Go ahead. With that, go ahead and give me a. I mean, you would know this, Daedalus, especially with Icarus and your work. The Night City Symphony Hall is pretty much like headquarters for the Philharmonic Vampires.
Oh, I've probably been there maybe a couple times.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't tell Fenris that. It's basically a club hideout, but
But they do throw, that's where they have their orgies and their plays, and they do their vampire stuff there.
You have fun, bud.
Do you want to come? Is it like a group
You gotta
thing?
show up with it.
It's
I mean,
She lets you know it's
I
free.
don't mind. I could chaperone you if you would
We're,
like that.
we're like the same age.
I am. No, we're not.
No.
No, we're not. I am in my 30s, and I don't think you are.
Oh.
I know I look very young. Thank you. But no, I could chaperone you though. How old did you think Icarus was?
I thought you were cousins.
No. She's like 20, maybe 19.
Oh, the realization crawls over his face. Like, oh.
Sister, younger sister.
Oh.
Okay,
Oh.
all right, we're connecting dots. All right, he's getting there.
All right, moving along then. I think it might be worth contacting one of the supervision for the guards, Maria, who gave us their number for that possible contact. I could call posing as a disgruntled, former interested, still possibly interested in sending someone to the school, but after hearing this story, perhaps they can give us more information. What do y'all think?
Well, Amun, did you know that during our downtime, I spent some time over at the University District, and I've gotten to know Maria Morales very well.
Is that your person?
That'll be my contact. Yeah, Maria
Okay.
Morales, the dorm mother.
All right.
Nice.
Oh, have you? Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, perhaps it'd be better not have a formal call, maybe you could go over there and get some information.
Oh, absolutely.
Are you going by yourself, or is the crew going?
I would like to have at least one person come with me. If everybody wants to come, that's great.
You know, we could wait in the car outside while you work.
I can
I'll
drive
ch-
you over there. If you
I'll
need someone to
chaperone.
babysit.
All right, are you guys going today? Saturday. Saturday. So by the time you guys, hear the news, talk it out, figure out if you guys are gonna do this contract, figure out if you're gonna do the job. I'm gonna say that a lot of time. I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
A lot of time. I mean, we're trying to. I'm trying to. I mean, we're having this conversation in real time. Like we're getting the keys. Like
Yeah, no, but you guys would
It's a
not have
missing.
learned about. You guys would not have learned about the contract at 6 a.m. in the morning.
I know the missing person statistic. It's probably way worse than Night City. It's already been 24
Oh.
hours. We got to get moving.
I'll say it's by the time you guys, get the hear about the news, get the contract, talk it out, and stuff like that. It would be about 1:30.
1:30 p.m.
Yeah, p.m.
Okay. I think we need to meet as soon as possible. The longer we wait, the harder it's going to be to follow the trail. If these kidnappers have gone unnoticed for weeks, even if the targets they were taking weren't high priority, it clearly shows some skill in avoiding detection. We need to learn who was the last person to see any of these people. It seems Lucy was the last one to be picked up.
Supposedly.
Where they might have been grabbed. We can get the cameras or video from that area. How they were taken. We need this sort of information.
All right, I'll put some feelers out, send a text to Maria, see if she can meet.
All right. All right. Go ahead and let me see here. Let me find out what their disposition is with you. They're a contact. Let's see how they are. All right. Go ahead and give me a conversation.
I'll spend 1 luck.
All right. Okay. Yeah. She seems to be on good. You guys hit it off pretty well. You're on pretty decent terms, but it's nothing like super close. It's more professional. Where
Oh, totally.
you give her what she needs, and she pays you, and you guys have done good business for nobody has she has not been dissatisfied. She has been a good customer. All right, so you put out feelers. What do you message her?
Like to talk to her in person about some missing people.
She gets a message back and says, in person. Is this what's this? Is this something dangerous? What's this about? I don't want.
Don't know yet. We're just going to talk. You're not going to be traced to anything.
And then you're left on read a little bit, and she says, "Okay, well, I'm running out of my next thing, so okay, go ahead. Just bring me another set of blue glass, and we can talk while I'm picking this up."
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Based off of the lifestyle, you don't have to worry about paying for this in terms of making it and stuff like that, because it's not going to make there's no benefit between losing it. It's kind of like you're breaking even, because she's giving you the money and you spend the money to make it. All right. Okay. So you're gonna meet her. When do you want to meet?
However long it takes Shades to gather up the gang, I guess.
All right, so Shades is gonna start. I'm guessing Shades is at his apartment. He's gonna pick up everybody and then head to the university district.
That is
So,
correct.
all right, let's see here. All right, 26. See here. So it takes you guys about 2 hours to pick up everybody, get through Night City traffic on a Saturday, and get over to the university's district to pick up everybody and do everything like that. So I'll move you guys 2 hours ahead. Actually, let me check what the weather is for today. We are in summer. All right.
No more rad storms, please.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Weather. Summer. All right, overcast and it's hot. All right, so temperature has rise to uncomfortable degrees. If you guys had any armor penalties from wearing armor, um, it would be increased by an additional one. But you guys are wearing all light armor jacks, so you don't have to worry about it. There's no armor penalties on light armor jacks. So yeah, it's just a hot day. A hot day, but it's also overcast, which is very strange. All right, let's see here. All right, you guys make it to the university district. You guys all picked up each other. Before when you guys are about to when you pick up everybody at the at the meat machine, Icarus says, "Hey, can I get a ride to the university district? Because I have supposed to meet with my psychology professor to go over my paper. His office hours are, evenings on Saturdays. So
What?
I'm trying to, yeah,
That's rough.
I know it's strange. I know,
That's rough,
I
man.
know, I know.
That's oof. Well, take your gun, and yeah.
Yeah, I have it, and I also have this. I have both of them. I have the one I had before, and I also have the signed one.
You should
Really like
you
the
should
sign.
get you a knife or something, like a katana.
Oh no, I have the knife, and she you see that in the back of her boot. There's a little combat knife under her jeans.
More knives.
I mean, okay,
Oh, you never know. But yes, we could give you a ride.
okay, all right.
I kind of peek over at Amon and kind of ask. I pull up the agent and I just text over. Is Ra gonna be able to watch her still?
He's in the trunk, yes.
Cool.
What? I mean,
I assumed.
is there like an?
I
I
know-
mean, you're not afraid he's gonna complain to like some like HR.
He's got like a little water bottle back there, a nightlight, maybe some light reading.
He says, I mean, you could just drop me off. Drop her off first, and then go pick up Fenris.
No, the trunk is for Ra.
I mean, Roth was the one who was saying that.
I know.
On
I
the
know,
trunk.
He looks at you, Alman, and then
You
shrugs.
know what? We'll take a cab.
All right, sounds good. We'll meet you there.
Be you there.
All right. You don't have to worry about the cost of that lifestyle. All right. So you guys make it to the university district 2 hours later. So 1:32. It's 3:30 when you guys get there. She leaves the car and starts heading towards the offices. And you guys kind of find some parking. And as you guys are, stepping out and heading out, what do you guys look like?
Well, in the cab, Amon's going to tell Ra to, keep a tail on Icarus, and then whilst kind of tailing her, keep an eye out around campus for any kind of suspicious individuals or anything that looks kind of out of sorts, or even kind of listen to rumors or anything, the chat around camp. I think there's a lot you can learn from
All right.
general, the goings on. They might know something. So.
All right. Let me see here. All right. So, though, go and do that. Go ahead and give me a blind d6.
All right. And suffice to say, if you need to, you're permitted to shoot.
All right. He gives you a smile.
Because I've seen what you do with your fists, and I've got to say, I'm not impressed.
Yeah, I'm not impressed either. These hands were made for. And he stops himself and then says, "I'll get on it, boss."
One of these days, I'll bring you to the gym.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me see here. Which one am I? All right, let me see here. So yeah, you guys, park and you're you guys, what do you guys look like coming out of the car? Like, what do you have on you? Are you wearing your armor? You have weapons with you? What are you doing?
I'll definitely bring my armor, but I don't think I'll be able to get him with a katana, as much as I'd love that. So I will leave my katana in the car.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Finish just leaves his gun in the car. I mean, not that big a deal.
Okay. All right.
He's wearing his business wear, neon purple t-shirt underneath. Got a concealed heavy pistol in the jacket,
Mm-hmm.
and that's it. Leaves everything else in the car.
All right.
Yeah. Likewise, leave the gun in the car, wearing suit, mask.
All right. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. So yeah, you guys, leave your car. You guys dress how you are.
Looking
See if
rad.
there's any. All right. Good. As you guys are walking down, leaving the parking space, kind of getting to like the center courtyard where you're getting ready to go to that dorm area to meet with Maria. You kind of pass by a bus stop with a bunch of students that are waiting. It seems to be a pretty crowded bus stop, and I have some art here. That goes through. It's made by a robot. But okay. So yeah, it's a pretty crowded bus stop, and there's advertisements all over it too. You see an advertisement for the play. There's now a date on it that says Monday the 26th. There is a let me see here. There's a advertisement for Militech. You see here, advertising. Advertising. I'll make this one visible now. Let me know if you guys can see this.
Yes.
I was
Yeah.
hoping for cactus water again.
Yeah, I figured out how to set it up right. And there's also an advertisement for. Let me see here. Constant. There's an advertisement for a. Here it is. I'll make this visible too. Servers.
Blue.
Yeah.
If you don't already know, you don't deserve our cuisine.
Oh.
Didn't you guys already know?
Don't already know.
Blue Moon.
Oh,
Balloon. Balloon.
Is there any advertisements that was left up and hasn't been taken down yet for the past 2 weeks?
Um. Many of them look like they've been up there for a while. Like the Militech one seems like they've been up there for a while. The newest one looks like the Dracula one, and then the Luna Blue looks like it's been there for a pretty decent while. None of them look fresh, besides the Dracula one. And just standing around at the as you guys are passing through, there's like a lot of chatter going on. Let me see here. Some people are looking at the advertisements, and one of them says, "Oh wow, okay." One of them says, "You hear somebody exclaim that the Philharmonic vampires are such a joke. The only reason people like them is because the audience usually ends up, naked. Hell, half the time it's just a glorified orgy, and these." But these kidnappings are serious. 7 women have gone missing. It's 7 women have gone missing is nothing to dismiss, and the NCPD need to do something. Our campus security is useless. There's some people talking about the Philharmonic vampires. See.
It would be good to, after talking to Maria, to perhaps interface with the campus security and see if they've gathered any sort of information.
oh yeah, like cameras would be good.
Not good for business to have your students being picked up and taken.
Are they implying the vampires were involved somehow?
Wait, say that again?
When they were talking, were they implying the Philharmonic vampires were involved? Or did I just misread that?
I think that was
Oh.
the.
Oh.
Mostly just shade.
Yeah,
they're
talking about multiple things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
So they see the art, like it looks like a student's looking at the advertisement, and they're saying that like why is the Philharmonic vampire? The kind of feel you get to it is that why are the Philharmonic vampires doing this when there's serious stuff going on with the kidnappings and stuff like that, and then complaining about how the NCPD are not doing anything and the campus security is not doing it. So it looks like this person's just a hater about everybody on the campus.
Definitely misread that. My bad.
I mean,
Amon, you have your rendezvous. We're already here. Guess I'll go check out campus security. Anyone want to join?
Well, I think the doctor is the one who's going to be talking to Maria. Seems they've built a rapport. Doctor has a particular set of skills.
Oh, I thought you just won someone over with your mask. My bad.
Well, perhaps it's best we stick together for this one. People are going missing around here. It's better we're all together if something happens. We can go check out the security after we're done talking to Maria.
let me see here. Shades, give me a perception check real quick.
Your straight perception, not even.
Yeah, just straight perception. And you can have this. It doesn't have to be hidden.
Don't worry, I'll find it eventually. Oh, there it is.
Yep.
I'll use 2 luck on it.
All right. All right. You notice that like all these people, like as you guys are like walking through, there's always like a bunch of people staring at you, um, staring at you guys as you walk through. You guys don't really look like students except for maybe Fenris. Um, but you notice that every once in a while you'll catch somebody looking at you, and when they talk, you kind of see like a fang. Like it's kind of like as you guys are walking through, people are like looking at you, then whispering, and then you know every once in a while you'll notice that some of them have fangs.
Paige just kind of smirks at the attention. Seems the vampire crew is quite popular these days.
Mhm.
Get discounts on cyberware, so I hope so.
All right, so you guys are splitting up.
I don't think so.
Oh, do we
Okay.
want to split up? I'm up to split up. I just wasn't sure.
She's a little spooked.
Yeah.
It might be better if, like, maybe one of you came with me.
Who do you want, Doc?
I don't think Amun is the right choice for this particular situation. Shades, do you feel comfortable coming with?
Sure. We talk to the lady.
Okay. Send Maria a text and ask her if we can meet at a secluded area if possible.
Secluded. She responds. If you said this thing was dangerous, I'd rather do something more public.
Fair enough. Whatever makes you feel comfortable.
Okay, just meet me at the plaza. We could, grab a coffee together and talk.
Sure.
All right. So, Doc and Shades are going to the plaza to talk with Maria. What is everybody else doing?
Security, I think, was the idea.
Okay, you guys are gonna try and find some campus security and talk to them.
Yeah, I'm thinking. That might be the
Okay,
best route.
Let's change out some music.
Phone's
Yeah,
coming
let's
in.
change out. Yeah. Let's change out this music.
Aside from campus security, who might already be running a case. Do we know what any of these women majored in?
Based off your previous search on him, it really ranged a lot. There was some engineering, some psychology, a couple medical.
They all athletes or more scholars?
Journalism, mostly scholar stuff.
Okay. After school clubs, typically like pretty good mix or any overlap?
If you're looking for a pattern in the case, go ahead and give me a deduction.
All right.
Based off of the information you got.
Let's go ahead and burn this Supreme.
All right.
All right. So we roll.
So give me a blind GM deduction, and then just give me another D10. It could be whatever you want.
All right. So we'll do save that and then throw this on there. All right. I've sent them in.
All right. Okay. Ooh. So something that's kind of that you've noticed is that all the women were very beautiful, and let me see here, all very tall, What else here? Um,
So
yeah, they all
scholarly,
had.
beautiful, and tall.
Yeah, they all have. They all had. They're all tall, beautiful, scholarly, and let me see here. Uh, mhm, mhm. All the same body type. Um, which is kind of like a almost model related, like skinny, tall model. And let me see what else here. Uh, mhm.
You said one of them was a psych.
Yeah, one of them psychology. There's engineering. Another one's medical. There was some
Journalism.
journalism. Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like no particular connection between the majors, except that there's that one.
Actually, with this role, okay. Another thing too, all the majors that were shown, all kind of congregate around one kind of one portion of the campus. So like the medical school, the journalism school, the um, those majors kind of have a specific location um, on the university campus that are kind of close to each other. So if that's a connection there that it is a very similar location.
Okay.
So maybe a reason why these were targeted. Um, you also know that um, that location is around the Night City Symphony.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right. Now this one. Okay. So.
Oh, one more thing. Okay, so it was a good mix of majors, but there was two journalism and two psychiatry, not psychiatry, psychology, and then one engineering, um, uh, and two medical. No, one engineering, one medical, and one um, business, which was Lucy.
Okay. All right. Does the Night City have cameras, or Night City University?
I mean, it could. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they do have cameras.
All right.
I don't know.
Yeah. So I guess. Well, on the car ride, taxi ride over, Amin would have been searching this up and kind of thinking, and then would share this info and say, I think the camera, if we could find cameras, that would be the likeliest route. But I think we should speak to campus security first and see if we can maybe gauge if they're taking this investigation seriously. If they're not, that could show some sort of negligence or perhaps even malfeasance on their part. I think if we don't get anything from campus security, we see if we can find some cameras. They seem to all be in a similar area of campus. I don't want to alarm you too much, Daedalus, but multiple are from psychology.
Well, I trust Ra and Icarus' ability to defend herself if she needs it. You could see her hand just twitching.
Okay, well, Fenris, what do you think?
No, yeah. Searching for computers. I mean, searching for cameras would be good. I mean, if you want me to pop into their neck architecture, I could try doing that too.
Let's talk to campus security first. See what we can glean.
Did we let them know we're here on a job?
No.
I'm not going to say anything about being on a job.
No, yeah,
All
I'm
right,
not sure
so-
if that'll aid or hurt us.
Okay. So while that's going on, let's go back to Shades and Doc. So yeah, you guys meet Maria. Let me find her token. Let's see what Maria looks like.
Yeah, let's make up an NPC on the fly.
Yeah. Hmm. This looks like a dorm mother or dorm head. And we'll go with this. All right. And we'll rename her to Maria. All right. Here she is.
It's hair.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, Doc greets her with the friendly kiss on each cheek and then hands her the, I think she wanted
Blue glass.
Blue glass, okay. Hands that
Yep.
to her in the greeting.
Mm-hmm.
He'll introduce Shades. He'll just say he's very useful. And then,
For what? And you can see that she's kind of nervous.
don't worry.
I'm a chauffeur.
Uh-huh. So what's this about?
Long story short, there's a friend of a friend that's missing. And there's rumors that there's missing girls on this campus. Do you know anything?
As you say that, she's like, "Ah, yeah, whatever's going on, it's horrible. Like, it's such a with the news going on, it just makes the black mark on the campus. I hope they figure out who's like what's happening so that we can get this past us."
Are you familiar with any of the women that have been, well, missing?
Huh. Well, there was, I think, with based off of the news, I think there was one of them that used to live in my dorm, but I mean, we just assumed that she went on vacation or something like that because it's the summer. Went back to go visit home or something.
Do you have a name?
Jessica, she was a psychology major.
Does she have a roommate?
No, I don't think so. She was one of the she kept to herself, I think. Um, I don't really know too much about her, but I think the last time I saw her, she was heading to the library. I mean, this was maybe like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, or something like that. Um, they were doing something with like they have a big psychology paper or something like that. They were working on.
Right. Would campus surveillance have picked up something like that?
I mean, as soon as the Lucy broke and the story broke, we our security went through and looked through the cameras, and we haven't seen anything. I'm pretty sure the MCPD once the story broke earlier this morning, NCPD did show up, and we did happen to give them some stuff. At least that's what I heard.
Has
They haven't questioned
police-
me or anything like that yet.
Okay.
Big question.
Would it be possible to see? Was Jessica? Would it be possible to see her room?
I mean, I can't really just let anybody in there and see
Well,
something.
I'm not just anybody.
Well, I know, and I know you're not just anybody, and I'm also not just anybody. So I'm not gonna, cost my job, especially with missing people and stuff like that. Why are you?
I apologize. I'm sorry. I look at Shades, and then I look back at Maria, and do I believe what she's telling me?
All right, give me a human perception. Let me see here. For the most part, you think she seems pretty, honest. I mean, you're not, 100% sure, but she seems pretty honest. You can tell that she is very nervous that you came up, you're asking all these questions, and then there's like a person who's she's never met before, just with you, and she's by herself. She's you can kind of see that as you're like talking to her, she's like looking around, making sure there's people around to see her while she's talking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Does she know the name of the psychology professor?
Yes. Give me a second here. Uh, I have his name here somewhere. Okay, hold on. Professor Huntver.
Huntfer.
Yeah, Huntver.
Thank you very much, Maria. You've been very helpful.
Yes, you reckon your child right there.
As you hear that name, Doc, give me a concentration check.
Creation.
That name does sound familiar to you, Professor Huntver.
Do I know this person personally?
You're not sure. The name just kind of feels familiar.
Okay. Shades, anything else that you would like to pick Maria's brain about?
Oh, yes. What exactly does a dorm mother entail? And he'll conversate with her, trying to loosen the move. And while conversating, try to figure out where the dorm is related to the other buildings on campus. How far it is to walk to her classes that she teaches. Trying to get her to slip information via conversation.
All right, go ahead and give me a conversation. Make sure this is blind GM. All right. She doesn't really answer much. She's very wary of you, Shades. She doesn't know, she's never met you before, and she showed up here. You're wearing
It's true.
a suit, but she thought she was meeting with her drug dealer alone. So she is not necessarily answering any of the questions you're trying to find. She doesn't seem to be put at ease either.
That's all I've got for her right now. Get a little bit of a lead out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank her, and if she needs anything, she knows how to get a hold of me.
Yep.
And then we'll text the group what we've found out so far, and we'll meet them in a prearranged location.
All right. So that happened there. You guys were getting ready to go talk to security.
Yeah. Oh no. I think it might open up a can of worms there. Because I don't know how to cover story why I'm back, or why why we're back.
That's a good point.
It depends on who. It depends on what security you go talk to.
Guess I forgot. Yeah.
Because I already seen us snooping around once.
I mean, are you going to the security of the same dorm?
You could be a concern. You want to send your son here, but now there's missing people.
I've shown up in person to question you. We'll try a different dorm. So which dorm did we go to the first time we got here? Was it just the general entrance or what?
It was a dorm that was close to this area of where the Philharmonics vampires like made that same area where the symphony. So how I said that psychology, medical, and all those scholarly
That's the dorm we
pursuits
need
are
to
around.
go to.
That would be the dorm that would probably have the most info about it. If you want to talk to security, I mean, the school is full of students. If you want to try and conversate with students and see
How
if
do
you
you
get
do,
information
fellow
from them.
kids? Hmm.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah. Let's see.
not all the
I'm
students.
interested.
Not all the students are also kids. You might find some adults that are also just
You know
back in
what?
school.
I want to talk to the cleaning services. I imagine it's big university. They've got probably like custodial services. It's Saturday. What is it? 4 p.m.
Yeah, it'll be Saturday around 4 right now, almost 4:30.
Yeah, we're gonna. I think we should hang out in like this general area and like see if we can flag down like a custodian or something and see if we can find like who was working that night and see if they saw anything or see if they've
What night?
absorbed anything. I mean,
Which night?
first we gotta find a custodian.
Okay. So you're just trying to look around and find a custodian.
Daedalus, never mind. Actually, I think Amon would probably carry like 100 or 200 eddies on themselves in cash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're gonna look for somebody that's like swapping out the trash cans.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's definitely around there. You can find somebody who's doing some menial labor.
Let's say, excuse me, is it a sir or madam?
Let's see here. Let's find out. I'm gonna pull out this citizen token, and whatever art pops up, that's the art for the person. All right, there he is. It's a guy.
All right.
Dark
Yeah.
citizen. Oh my goodness, why token mode? Okay.
Say, excuse me, sir. Can I have a
Mhm.
moment of your time?
I'm kind of working here. What do you? Oh, and then he turns to you and sees that you're in like a suit with a weird mask. He's like,
Yeah, I was gonna pull
yes.
out 50 eddies.
All right. Before you do that, go ahead and give me a bribery check.
Bribery check? I'm literally
Yep.
giving him money though. Jeez.
I know.
This is good. Jeez. Okay, I'll dump a luck point into it.
All right.
Or whoops, not that one. This one.
All right. Yes. So you give him 50 eddies?
Yeah, just right off the bat
Okay.
to get his attention.
All right. He looks at it, looks at you, and looks at the money that you gave him. He takes it, pockets it, and begins to clean. And says, "How can I help you?"
I've heard there's been some strange disappearances going on the campus recently. A couple people gone missing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard about that.
What sort of rumors are you hearing about all that? It seemed like perhaps you see these connections there. Seems like it's all been happening in the past month or so. It seems like it's ramped up fairly quickly.
Let me see what this guy might know. Go ahead and roll me a d6. I mean a d10. Sorry.
D10.
All right, good. All right. He says, I mean, I don't know, but let me see here. All I know is that the Philharmonic vampires have been kind of going a bit crazy the past couple weeks.
Party's getting out of hand, a lot to clean.
I mean that's normal. More like they seem to be like, I guess, on edge a bit, looking around a lot. Like you never see usually they just focus on their whatever they're doing, their vampire stuff. I don't know what vampires do, but recently they've just been like moving around in droves, like looking around, and then coming back.
Yeah, there do seem to be a lot of them on campus. If
Yeah,
it's a recent development, or have there always been a lot of vampires?
I mean there's been a lot, but like nothing like they haven't been like organizing like this.
Yeah, they're putting on a show on Mondays. They do those often, or
I mean, they do events every once in a while, but I mean, this is the biggest thing they've done in a while.
hmm.
Do you know what kind of show it even is? You've just kind of heard it's a show.
Are you you're with them at this point too?
Oh
Davis?
yes, I went with
Okay.
him.
Okay,
Sorry.
perfect.
I think
okay.
I got Daedalus
Yeah.
and Fenris with me.
Okay, perfect. All right,
I
so
got
he
my
looks.
kids.
Yeah, he's looking at you guys and says, I mean, I'm not sure. I saw the ad. Dracula. I'm guessing they're putting on a play. If it's at a Night City Symphony Hall, that's what they do, right? I
Sure,
mean,
that's what they
if you
do.
want to know more about the show, you probably want to talk to one of the students.
I guess that's
Yes,
true.
of course. Do you know if there's many cameras on campus that record like either the dorms or the common areas?
I mean, there's probably like a camera, and usually cameras hang out inside the buildings, less outside, or like near the entrance to buildings.
Gotcha.
At least that's what I know. That's base I know. I know I'm not really a tech. I just pick up the trash.
You know if the cameras have an access point anywhere.
What's an access point?
Okay.
What do you mean?
Fair enough. I'm sure that's
okay,
more Fenris
yeah.
at the real house.
Yeah. Okay. Well, do you have any more questions for him?
Well, let's see. No, it's pretty good info, honestly. Say appreciate your time and you're doing great work out here. Amon's gonna pass another 50 eddies.
All right.
If you do see anything, give me a ring, would you? And Amon will pass his burner agent number to him.
You try and do that, and your agent is looking for something to pick up. He
No.
looks at your agent. He says, "Sorry about that. I only have one of this." And you see that he has a regular cell phone.
Oh, well, here you go. And Amon will give him his business card. Just says Amon. It has a phone number under it. On the bag, it says, "I am the golden god."
All right. He says, "Okay, yeah. I mean, sure."
Appreciate it. All right. After the citizen moves off, let's see.
I'm worried that the vampires are doing something they probably shouldn't.
It could just be a coincidence, but definitely worth looking into. It just seems too obvious, I think we should try and get some of this film.
Yeah. I mean, how hard could it be to find an access point for the cameras?
Looking at the victims, we've got 2 psychology, 2 journalism. I think the entrance to either of those buildings could tell us a bit. We could see this loose, actually. Let's see.
Lucy was a business.
Yeah.
I remember.
We could get her class schedule somehow. We could see what was the most recent class that she had and if she missed it. She went missing on Friday, which was yesterday, so I guess she went missing on the 23rd, actually, not the 24th. Is that right?
I
Question.
think so.
For you guys, when you found, I'm say you guys are searching for. You guys were inside the area of the kind of scholarly district of the university when you met this guy. Let me see here.
We're talking to him up by the dumpsters.
Yeah. Okay. All
Trying to
right.
be somewhat discreet. I don't know.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Keep going.
We can at least figure out if they left campus or not. If we pull the footage.
I think it's worth a shot. What do you think, Fenris? Let's snoop
Yeah.
around.
It's fine with me.
All right. I'm gonna ping the group chat, let the doc and Shades know what they've learned, and large amount of vampires.
Are we
We
going
need
to a
a-
play?
Well, Fenris is,
We
and I
might
believe
be.
Daedalus is chaperoning.
It probably wouldn't hurt to check out.
We're going to head over and try to pull security camera footage off of the, I guess, business, psychology, and journalism buildings if we can. See if we can catch sight of any of the victims.
Be careful.
Likewise.
Enjoy this music.
Mm.
You know, it's been
Shades
going
would
for a
bring up
while.
to Doc on our way after we meet Maria if we could take a walk around campus and because we got the information about which buildings. So I'll find a campus map and go walking around those buildings. And Shades is particularly looking for places less traveled. If he was going to do something to somebody, where would he do it?
Okay. All right. So you're just trying to find out locations that might be good places for kidnapping.
Just normal things.
Kidnapping, mugging,
All
what
right.
beat down.
All right. Okay, let me see here.
It's normal things to have in your DM history.
Yeah.
Jeez,
All
is
right.
there something I should know?
This will be a criminology check.
I will try to help him.
Just brainstorm as you're walking through campus.
Okay. Yep. I see where that's at.
You're
The
trying to help Doc.
the only thing I
Dr.
can think
Zan?
of is like tactics, maybe. Like
Oh
where
yeah.
would be a good
You
place
can
to?
if you want to use
Yeah.
you can use
That's about-
tactics. You can also use if you want to argue a science architecture for like or like where we do areas of shadow and stuff like that. However you want to spin it.
I think we'll just stick with tactics for now.
All right. So go ahead and give me tactics.
I'll drop. Oh, this is just like for +1.
All right.
Nice.
Okay. So you would have a +1 shades.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me that.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh. All right. So yeah, shades. You can see that there are a lot of probably areas less traveled around here. That if somebody was like heading out um, from one of the um, one of the buildings, you know, following the paths, there are a lot of like some areas that would be off the beaten path that if somebody was walking down there, especially at like night, there's no lights there, it's in a secluded area, stuff could probably happen. And like looking around, you don't see any cameras in these areas. The campus is not the best safest spot, at least outside, if somebody wanted to do something. But in the areas like in front of the buildings, though, those are pretty secure. You can see cameras in front of the buildings. You can see security. They usually have security at every single building entrance, things like that. But the spacing between security, there might be a checkpoint, but like in between checkpoints, there's a few spaces, maybe like two, maybe like one or three spaces that somebody this could probably happen. And that's just inside the inside the campus outside. You don't know about inside the buildings.
Yeah. Doc, if we were gonna do a nice little mugging, these ladies had some coin on them. These areas would look pretty good. If it did happen, you think you would be able to tell if we was any signs of struggle? Maybe one of the ladies got a good punch in.
Maybe.
You want to check those areas for that?
Yeah, I guess I'll. Shades would probably see this before. Lowers mirror shades and uses micro eye to see if there's anything unusual.
All right, you could do a conceal. This will be we'll say you found about two spaces. Narrowing it down because you rolled really well on your criminology check. So narrowing it down, there's about two spaces that you think that someone could probably kidnap somebody and follow them. If you want to go ahead and scan these areas, you can do a conceal reveal objects, or it'll be criminology to see if there's any uh like an actual crime scene type of thing.
I'll try criminology.
All right.
I will put 2 luck into this.
All right. Make sure this is blind GM.
Sure.
Okay. Not bad. All right. So yeah, looking around, you're confident that there's no sign of like actual struggle around these areas, and you find it kind of strange. Like if there's been a lot of missings, these is like the perfect places to have for it to happen, but you don't see anything, and you feel pretty confident about it.
Tell Shades there's no sign of struggle.
I mean, that's a little strange. Even the smallest of girls will fight back.
Right. So did they go willingly?
Or they were drugged. Remember those drones?
Yeah, you're right. Those drones don't leave any evidence.
Well, it's not much. They would just have to pick up the darts afterwards,
Mm-hmm.
then drag the body off. So, we just need a tall, attractive woman to be bait. And this case is solved.
True.
So, how tall is Daedalus?
How tall is Daedalus?
I guess she is like 5'7", 5'8".
I don't think she's model tall.
No.
You're gonna need some pumps or something.
Icarus isn't built that way, is she?
She is smaller than Daedalus, so probably not. I think so, anyway.
At least we have an option if we wanted to do a stakeout.
Right.
Mm.
Well, hopefully the rest of them are getting something from campus security.
I can change my appearance, though, if that does help. Like, I have tech hair and stuff. So I can, like, change the color of my hair and everything.
Can you make yourself look as the age that's been getting kidnapped?
I don't know. Maybe. Probably. I got a lot of
There's a,
cyberware in my face, so...
there's a service for that. It is called body sculpting.
Oh, jeez.
This sounds expensive.
This does sound
Yeah,
expensive.
It's 500. It costs 500 eddies.
You know, you could do a lot with
For
makeup.
down payment.
Yeah, you could do a lot with makeup too.
Yeah, I know some makeup. I can change my hair. I think I can change my eyes too. I think I'll double check that, but
You
some
would
makeup I
you,
can probably pull it off.
to change your eyes. You would need shift tags.
Yeah, I don't think I have those. I think that's just the design choice I did with her. So I don't think I can change my eyes.
Just
Yeah.
just wear sunglasses.
I'll just wear sunglasses. That's a good point. Yeah. So if we wanted to debate idea, I could probably pull it off, but that is certainly an idea.
As you guys are hanging out around the campus and around the areas that might have issues with with kidnapping. You guys kind of like off in the distance see the pathway, and you can kind of see let me see here. Dr. Desire, yeah, you and both shades would notice Icarus walking down the path from the psychology building.
Anything weird about it?
No, she just seems to be leaving. She looking at her, she does seem a little upset.
Does she notice us?
No, she's not paying attention to you guys.
They see Ra crouched up in a tree nearby.
He's got like
Man,
a
this
like a.
this music got really intense out of nowhere.
Sitting on the edge of a ledge like a gargoyle.
Oh yeah, it switched music. Sorry. There you go.
Icarus is Daedalus's problem, not Doc's problem.
Agreed.
You say you talking.
Oof.
Like
Oof.
you say it in third person.
All right. Yeah, she just seems to be leaving the psychology building a bit upset.
She's upset all
Sure.
the time.
Yep.
She didn't help you sell drugs, so.
Take that.
Yeah.
Touche. Alright. Did we find an access point?
So you're looking for an access. So are you? So that you guys are planning to try and hack into the Night City University net architecture to try and get access to their cameras.
It's
Yes.
fairly risky. If we're discovered, it's likely that we're going to be heavily investigated. Might try to.
Don't get caught.
As a net runner, you know that if there is a demon inside the thing, you would be caught as soon. Alarm would rise as soon as you enter.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, this place definitely probably has a demon in it, especially at the university district where a bunch of corpo kids go.
Especially going to be a high alert with this
Can I?
story breaking.
I could just log into the cameras normally. What it's called, the computer. You just have to get me to the security office. Just
Like that's just
Is that
as
possible? I don't know.
dangerous.
Yeah, you're going to try and get into the security office to get to the cameras. Just
God.
Get it manually.
We could try that. We could also try and just.
It might. I don't know. I feel like maybe we should talk to students, but I don't really know even questions we could ask them.
I mean, you could just ask them about the kidnappings. You see if they heard anything.
Yeah, it's
Well-
possible. Kids around here, especially, won't talk to law enforcement.
the
there any,
newspaper would know. The newspaper actually exists.
Are there any people that don't like the Philharmonic vampires? Like any groups on campus? Like
I mean, it's pretty. They're pretty devices. Like based off of what you guys heard at the beginning, like there's probably some students who just don't like them.
like the orchestral werewolves or something.
Yeah, I
Like,
was gonna say the Trans-Siberian werewolves, but
If you're talking about another gang that runs the university district that doesn't like them, you would, from your guys' searches before, this is their turf. So
That's why I have a bit of a deal with the vampires going on, because this is their turf. So
do you know anybody that might know more about what exactly, maybe their recruitment drives? Seems like they've increased their presence on campus considerably.
I mean, I know them. We have a deal. I could
You have
just try to
you have
ask
a
them.
deal.
Yeah.
So what's the details of this deal?
Well, they keep an eye on Icarus when I'm working, and they get discounted cyberware repairs.
That's kind
and
of like a
stuff.
fucked up daycare.
Yeah.
You
Now
take
I
what
have
you can
Ra
get.
though, so I'm sure he's gonna be the best daycare.
as you guys are seeing Icarus walking past Dr. Desire and Shades, you did actually, never mind, you don't see anything. You just saw
Surprise.
Better
Okay.
not fucking see him. We're supposed to be stealthy.
yeah.
He's got like an umbrella hiding behind it.
I can see if I can pull up a contact I might have for the
Yeah,
vampires. Maybe you can
just-
try to drill them.
I'm just thinking like
A contact, you said. You
A
say.
contact, I say.
Fucking Jeff.
Last time I
thinking-
did this, I made Jeff.
Yeah.
So
I don't know, because it's like we could try the security camera route, but if it goes south, it's gonna really go south, and it's gonna be a
Yeah.
whole thing.
I don't
And
know.
then
I feel like the
NCPD
security
is gonna
camera's
be
too
on
risky.
us. Yeah.
I think I'd rather try using my pull at the vampires, especially if like they're popular on campus. They will likely know what's going on campus, you know.
Yeah.
And you have
but-
your voice modulator thingy
Yeah,
voice stress thing.
Yeah, the only problem with that is I'm kind of 50-50 on suspecting the vampires. And if we start questioning around, they're gonna 100% get. But I mean, if we can find somebody who actually is in the know on it, then yeah, I would be able to pick up any lies that they're saying.
I
You
totally think
know.
the vampires are a red herring.
Hmm.
It just seems too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If they are red herring, they still might have access to information that we
Okay.
wouldn't be able to get from
Hey,
someone else.
DM, can we get like a whiteboard that we could draw on?
I mean,
Maybe
you
some
guys,
red
you guys,
string. I've been taking
you guys
notes.
have,
Yeah.
yeah, you guys have this this whole paper. You can draw on whatever you want, or make journals as much as you want. If you want to share a journal, I can make one. And the way the journals work in V10 is that you guys can all type at the same time.
Yeah, that's.
So
Alright.
if you want, I can make.
Cool.
Alright, everyone,
Yeah.
grab your pencils.
I'm already using the Google Doc. I mean, if you want, you can add to the Google Doc. I'm not gonna bust out the crayons.
Is there do you think a professor might be a little more trustworthy to talk to? Or a teacher here?
Yeah, so did
Yeah, I got that name.
Dr. Havrod, Professor Havrod.
Huntford.
Do you
As
send
you-
it
as
over
you
in the
s-
group chat?
Yeah, I
do you
sent
send
it
it
over to
over?
you guys. Yeah, I sent over everything after the talk with Maria.
Okay, Daedalus, you recognize that as the professor that Icarus was. That's Icarus's psychology professor. She was doing a paper for.
And we picked up his name for
From
which reason?
Maria.
I apologize. Yeah, we got it from
said
Maria.
She said he was. Oh, geez, what was going on with that?
I'm trying to
I don't-
remember what said.
What you got from Maria is that you had asked her, that she was working on a paper for a psychology paper, and the professor she was working on it for was Professor Huntfar, which is the same professor that Icarus was working on a paper for as well.
Okay, so there wasn't anything suspicious. It was just he just is making students do papers.
Well,
I mean, yeah,
there's
that's
more
true.
than one psychology student missing.
True.
I guess talking to a psychology professor wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe he might know something, or the kids told him something.
Yeah.
You know that his office hours were around this time because that's what Icarus was planning to go talk to him about.
Do you guys want to go pay a visit? I guess.
Of course.
All right.
Good
You want to
interrogate.
all meet up there?
Yeah, we'll meet up at for office hours.
All right. So you guys are heading to the psychology building. On your way there, you do run into Icarus, Daedalus, and Amon and Fenris.
I don't know
She
if we wanna
seems
run into
upset.
Icarus. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, are you headed back home?
Yeah, I was supposed to. His office hours are supposed to be around now, and I went there and waited for him to show up, and he never showed up.
And show up?
No. How am I gonna get this paper done without him, checking it? I don't want to fail this class.
Do you go to his office hours often? Is he usually there?
I mean, I haven't gone it because I need to get the paper done before I went to see him. And then I called one of my friends and see, because we were both working on the paper. They tried to go talk to him. Let me check here. Thursday. He wasn't there either for his office hours.
Did your friend come back? Did you see them?
Yeah. I saw her yesterday.
So
There's
he
a-
was missing. He didn't show up his office hours on Thursday, but did he have a class on Friday? Did he teach on Friday?
No, his classes are all usually Tuesdays. And yeah, we had class Tuesday.
So he's been off of campus, likely, for a bit.
I think we should go and take a look at his office.
Wait, what? Why do you need to take a look at his office?
Maybe we can see if he left a note posted on the door.
I mean, there was no note on the door when I was there.
Let's take a second look.
What's this about?
Go home, Icarus.
Hmm?
You
Go
sh-
home.
You should just go home. I'll help with the paper later tonight. How about that? I'll go through it. I'm kind of a genius, maybe a little bit.
Is this about the? Is this about the missing people? 'Cause I knew you guys were. Are you guys on a job? You see a smile on her face.
We are on a job. Yes, we are. And it's.
Can I help?
You know what? I kind of look over to Doc. I mean, if we really want to use bait.
He raises his eyebrows.
It's a fairly dangerous job, Daedalus.
Isn't he
Oh.
too short?
As you stand next to Daedalus, you can tell that Daedalus is a good amount of height over her. Based off Almond, you would know that Icarus does not fit the profile of the women who got captured.
She can
Got
tag
kidnapped.
along for the office. How about that? But I think any other ideas should wait until we get a better idea what we're dealing with. Could just be a tardy professor.
Okay, good. So you could tag along with the office, but after that, you're gonna head home. Or wait the car.
No, we'll go back. I'll show you where his office is.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So you guys are heading to the office. Let's see here.
If anyone asks, we're your older misfit band of uncles and aunts.
How far
I
is
mean,
the journalism building from the psychology building?
Journalism. I mean, it's like a 5-minute walk. The closest to the psychology building is the medical building.
Wait, is it journalism building like with like the school paper?
Yes.
Yeah.
The school paper.
The school
You want
paper
to
is.
jump in?
You know what's interesting? Well, only one thing is that the vampire said they actually knew the paper. I just said that as an offhanded lie, but
So go
mean,
have a look over.
I mean, I
want to
bet
go
the
see
vampire.
who's on duty.
I bet the vampires know the paper because they're the ones who put out their ads and announcements for their parties and stuff like that.
I guess what I should ask. The two locations that we narrowed it down.
Mm-hmm.
Between which buildings were those two?
So you can. It was like from the medical building to like the two spaces were either between three buildings. So it was medical, psychology, and journalism was one is being between there, and another one between. Let me see here. The other one was engineering psychology and engineering psychology. Those are two areas. Well, psychology is the wrong word. It's a social science building.
Yeah, I think Shades would kind of peel off from the group and go to the journalism building.
Okay. All right. So Shades, you're heading to the journalism building.
Does someone want to go with Shades so he doesn't have to go alone?
Not alone. I pat my jacket.
I mean, if you want to start a firefight inside the university district, you would know that the guns aren't loud because every gun in Cyberpunk is suppressed. enough to be able to do like maybe be able to get one shot out without somebody knowing. All guns are like that, even shotguns.
Oh,
Um,
dang.
yeah.
That's
Yep.
horrifying.
Even RPGs.
No, heavy weapons aren't. Those are the
Oh,
only ones that
dang.
aren't suppressed.
Hmm.
But all the launchers aren't. But guns, yes, shotguns, handguns, assault rifles, sniper rifles are all suppressed.
Someone wants a gum, they can come.
But
Oh, shades.
all right. So Doc and Shades are heading to the journalism building, and Daedalus, Amin, and Fenris are heading to the psychology professor's office.
Sounds like it.
All right. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, so we'll do this. Yeah, Icarus leads you guys back to the social science building. Let me see here. As you guys um yeah, you guys she leads you in, and like it's kind of like close to the end of the day. um you know Office hours about to end, so there's not a lot of people in there. You guys come in. Icarus says, hey, we're here to we're just gonna leave a note on Professor Huntvar's uh door, and so he knows to contact us because I need to talk to him about my paper. These are all other psychology students, so we're just heading through. And she looks up at you guys. Is like, yeah. It's the end of the day. She shrugs and lets you guys in. All right, you guys make it up to the let me see here, fourth floor of the social science building, towards his Professor Hotfar's office. And when you guys get there, there's actually a bunch of post-it notes on his door about people asking, like, notes about, I need to talk to you about my paper. Where are you at? Um, Emails and like questions about the paper. There's a few of them there. You can even see a note left by Icarus as well.
Are they dated?
No,
No. Okay.
yeah, no one put a date on it.
But how many are there though? Like
A good amount, maybe like
Sh-
about 6 or 7.
6. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. All
I'm
right.
assuming the door is locked.
Yep, the door is locked.
I look over at Fenris. Do you want to do it or want me to do it?
Well, what kind of lock is it?
It's a normal lock. No, no
Alright.
electrical. Not electrical.
Look over to Ra, who I assume is no longer hiding.
Yeah, he you see him coming around the corner. Says, "Hey."
Good, you're
Oh.
here. You mind taking care of this lock?
I mean, I could, unless you want to take care of it, Fenris, and I'll help you out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, when you say a normal lock, I thought you meant like...
It's like a regular lockpick. Like you would need a lockpick for it.
Okay. Because I know
That's a
Ra's
skill.
trained in that.
Yeah, he's looking at it, and he's asking if anybody wants to ever have his help, or you want him to do it.
Let me see if I have lock picking. I don't think I do.
If you had to quantify it, how good is he at lockpicking?
Who? Raw.
Yeah.
He is pretty darn good at lockpicking.
Nice. Alright.
I have a +8. It's a technical skill. I don't know what you have, Fenris.
For pick lock, I don't have any in pick lock.
Oh, okay.
He shrugs and says, "If you want, I could take care of it. I could try."
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go.
Go
Alright.
for it.
All right, we'll see how he does.
Nice.
All right, with that, the door is unlocked, and he bows.
Well done. Any alarms going off?
No, it's just a normal office door with a lock on it.
Alright. Step
Yeah.
1. before anybody goes in, I'm just gonna glance around, scanning for any obvious booby traps. Perhaps a computer, maybe some drones sitting around.
um, go ahead and give me a perception check.
All
Or
right.
okay. You're looking for traps and stuff like that. So yeah, perception check.
Somebody relies on sight.
All right. It seems like a normal office building, and I think I might have art for this office.
Icarus, stay outside and knock on the door 3 times if someone's coming.
All right. Here's the art for it. You guys open the oh no, hold on, did it not open up? Did I use this one? Or was I gonna use yeah, I think it was this one. Yeah, here it is. Copy image.
That's a comfy
All right.
looking chair.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Is this a? So wait, okay, so it's a psych professor and he's got like anatomy, or is that flavor?
He has some, there's some things about the brain in there that he seems to be want to study a bit.
It's a little sus.
Yeah. Might be, yeah. But yeah, and so as you guys open the door, unlock the door, open it up, you see this, and that's where we'll end the session.
All right.
Mystery is unfolding.
Yeah.
I can't. All right. Can't be the vampires. They're just eating people. Way too much of a gimme.
Hey man, maybe they are eating people. Maybe it's that easy.
Eating people, having them for their big show, live on stage, Dracula.
Yeah. Could be. I don't know. But all right. Thanks for the game.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I gotta pop off for some sleep.
Yeah.
All
Likewise.
right. Go ahead and do announcements real quick. Tomorrow is the final episode of Monster Hunter.
Ooh.
Legend of the Molten K.
Big finale.
Yeah, they're in the middle of a Elder Dragon fight.
Tune in for Eddie Vincent's miraculous comeback.
You gotta enable extra life rules just for fun.
No, Magibold stays in the pit of Tartarus where they belong.
But for those of you who do know, house rule wise, is that if you have a fate point, and you die during a final boss battle, you could spend that fate point to do a Captain America. I can keep going.
This is Dom telling you that he's gonna murk the hell out of Eddie Vincent with his first Paragon action.
All right, but it depends on what happens. We'll see what happens. So yeah, there's that. Thursday is Curse of Strahd Nightfall. Watch us try and fix a horrible mistake. Mike.
It wasn't a mistake.
Yeah, it wasn't a mistake. It just,
Oh
we
man,
just gotta...
that last episode of Nightfall, amazing. Honestly, I thought it was like the early seasons of Walking Dead before, became like season 8 of Walking Dead or whatever it was.
Oh my goodness, we kind of... It
was amazing.
All right. And then Friday we have Crash Dom. I think we're going to be talking about the new Creative Commons SRD and what that means and our takes on it. Also, Orpheus has his Rhyme of Frost Maiden campaign, which is continuing.
Streamed by
Saturday.
Yeah, they just had a really fun boss fight.
Yeah, I saw that. Saturday is Red Hand of Doom. They're getting really serious and getting hit by their timer. So they're having a lot of. It felt like watching them felt like a mythic. Felt like a mythic game.
They get beat up a lot.
Yeah.
I kind of feel some solidarity there,
Yeah. Saturday night we're having 24 hours of Celeste. No,
I'll die.
Like probably like 6 hours of Celeste. Whatever, how many hours of Celeste though. We're gonna try and go
36 hours of Celeste.
Oh no. And then Sunday, Daybreak. Sunday morning, Daybreak. They're gonna do whatever they're doing. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing stuff.
Probably something horrifying.
Yeah, probably something horrifying. not as horrifying as Nightfall. So tune in for Nightfall, the better of the
Disagree.
All right, and then Sunday night will be Mythic Odyssey, the better of the two. No, I don't know. You know.
Oh
Yeah.
my god,
No,
you're turning
no.
into SIBO over here, dude.
I know.
Throwing shade where it doesn't need
but
to be
we're-
thrown.
Dom has
we're-
bias, I guess. I don't know.
We're finally going. We're finally going to the next chapter. Maybe.
I gotta caveat it.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe a couple more fanspiration. I don't know.
I don't know. And then Monday, Odyssey Prime. They're doing stuff. I have no idea what they're doing, but I know that they're in pain. At least that's what they keep saying.
Good.
And then Tuesday we'll be back here. All right.
Tune
We're
in next
gonna
time.
punch a professor in the face probably once we
Right,
find
yeah.
him.
Hopefully, get to beat up a couple vampires. I don't know.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
cathartic, really.
All right. Well, thanks for tuning in,
All right.
everybody. See you next time.
Take care.